Good evening, guys, and good to see you again, Alan. Let's see who we got in the chat. Magic Acres Mark, he popped in before 6, so he will be here probably soon, I guess. And CR was here in this studio.
He just dropped out. I think he's in the side chat now, but he's just going to charge.
Yeah, he will be in the side chat. Yeah. Then we have Philip Hall. He's on Mike's side, I believe, or yours. I don't know. Rockstar Chef Dora, good to see you. And we have Vanessa Kitty in the house. Good to see you again, ma'am. Heart's Humble Homestead, good to see you. Probably on Mike's side or your side, I'm not sure.
I don't even pay attention. It's all the same.
Yeah. Polonium 13, good to see you too. Sylvester's Grump, good to see you. John Charles, good to see you too. Trebor 78, good to see you. Jay the Gray, good to see you. We have Prepper 70, good to see you too. Welcome to the stream. Dunk on the Road, good to see you. Barb G2W, good to see you. I like that name, actually. Gas Mad Kilt, that's on Mike's side, I believe. And Mike will pop up a little bit later, as usual. Oh, that was nice of Rockstar Chef Dora. That's definitely on Mike's side. Prepared for, good to see you again. Oh, geez. It begins to be exhausting, basically. The 5 a.m. club, good to see you. Sex, okay, that's
a couple life updates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, they're definitely all your side or Mike's side because there's only 7 people on my side.
No,
so.
it's linked, so that's probably on Mike's side.
Yeah. He has got a bigger audience.
Yeah. Lady J, good to see you. Yeah, and CR is in the house as usual. Mr. 10, Dr. P, good to see you. Kane Corso, good to see you again. And Rockstar Chef. $19.99. Hi, Alan. Ready to hear your advice.
Well, let's hope we have some good advice. I've been thinking about it for a couple hours, so it should be an interesting topic of conversation.
Yeah.
Especially once a couple more people join, you know.
Yeah. The English Prepper, good to see you. Hey, Willow Tree, good to see you again. Hey, Crack and Grin, good to see you. And Purple Ale, good to see you. I think that would be all for now, but there will be more people who popping in. But the topic for today's stream is actually the ghost kitchen strategy, scent suppression. which can be quite difficult, especially if you're in an apartment or have a house with close neighbors.
Yeah, I think it's it's an interesting topic because from an SHTF point of view, I don't think a lot of people appreciate the importance of controlling scent. You know, it's something of an afterthought. I mean, from my point of view, I've got some experience in trying to control scent from an outdoorsman perspective because I've wild camped in places in the world where there are bears, and so scent mitigation is important, and food hygiene is particularly important. And there's a lot of transferable skills there, I think, to understanding how scent works that we
Yeah.
could maybe talk about from an SHTF point of view or a prepper side point of view. So there'll be some overlap there, which is for the comment that was left. That is the reason I've got a bear in my picture, in my thumbnail.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
even for a survivalist like yourself, it's sometimes you don't want to let the scent spread.
Yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of times in my life where I've deliberately taken measures to prevent scent being detected. People, I don't want people to detect scent because, I'm stealth camping or I'm deliberately being undetected for a variety of reasons. But like I say, I mean, the primary reason that people, wilderness, people who spend a lot of time in the wilderness, the primary reason is animals. Bears are the main concern in North America and in Europe. But if you are in some other countries, it could be wild cats or dogs or a variety of other things that you would want to, at least you can't entirely eliminate scent. I mean, not in the outdoors anyway, not with the kind of methods that most people cook with. There are a couple of ways that you could probably eliminate almost all scent from an urban point of view, which we'll talk about. And I've actually got an idea. I've got an idea about how you can possibly remove all scent or nearly all scent from an urban environment, even in a small apartment, to being detected by the outdoors. But we'll come on to that at some point, I imagine. But I think it's all transferable, and I think it is important because scent is one of the primary senses of detection. And if you're looking to not be detected, or give away the kind of food that you have, then you have to understand how to mitigate against scent. Because it doesn't just tell you that you're there and you've got food. It can also tell other people what kind of food you've got, what kind of fuel you've got.
Yeah.
How much of it you have. There's lots of things you can learn from the smell of whether it be food or fuel or something else. I mean, it might be the case we talk about more than just food here. You might not want to give away the scent of you personally. It could be anything. Washing detergent, deodorants, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Animals, livestock. There's lots of things that has to be thought about when you're trying to hide scent.
Yeah. Another reason for hide the food scent is like if you and I would hiking in a bear country with a lot of bears, you need to hide the scent from the food, or otherwise you will have a lot of bears in your camp, and you don't want that.
No, you definitely don't want that. I mean, another primary thing that people have looked into disguising their scent, which I've done a little bit of research into this in the past before, not for any real reason, mostly just for fun. But if you're being pursued, so if you're being pursued by people with dogs, for example, which is a primary way of trailing people, there's lots of techniques that you can do to try and prevent your scent from being easily detected by the dogs. A lot of myths as well. But it's an important, I suppose it could be an important thing to know a little bit about, because it could be the case. You don't know what kind of scenario you're going to be in, especially when we're talking about SHTS type situations. You might need to try and escape and evade a pursuer for some reason. and
Yeah.
they might be using dogs to pursue you.
That is guaranteed they will use dogs.
And there's lots of techniques to avoid that, and so we can maybe talk a little bit about that as well, because I've got some knowledge about that. Like I say, not from a real practical, but nobody's ever pursued me with a dog, you know. But I have read up on it, so I've got some understanding of how it works, and I do a little bit of hunting and stuff as well. And
Yeah.
I've actually worked with scent dogs before, so
Yeah.
I've never owned any, but I've been with them and I've seen how they work, and it's quite
Yeah.
interesting.
Kane says noise is a giveaway also in some situations. I agree. Noise from your pans, for an example, utensils you use to prepare your food, they make some noise as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're looking to try and escape detection, and I know in the British military they teach I don't know how I can't remember how many S's it is, but it's basically shape, shadow, shine, silhouette, smell. There might be another one. I can't remember. Somebody will tell me. But that's at least five, 5 S's. And if you understand how to mitigate against those kind of things, then you've got a much better chance of being undetected, or at least making it more
Yeah.
difficult for somebody that's trying to detect you.
Yeah.
You can't make yourself entirely invisible, but you can go a long way to make it so you're much harder to detect.
Yeah. I definitely agree. It's easy. You can use. I believe you can buy things, and this is for hunting. Basically, you can buy some stuff that can hide your scent, your human scent from the animals.
Yeah. Well, do you know the thing about scent? I mean, like, if we really try and break it down, what we're talking about is a chemical sense.
Yeah.
Smell is really just a name that we give to a sense that we have, and some other animals have it and use it as well. Really, the only ones we're concerned about are humans, predatory animals like bears or cats, and dogs. Those are really
Yeah.
the only things that we care about when it comes to that kind of stuff. So as long as we understand what it is those things are able to smell, like how good is their sense of smell, how far away can they smell it, what kind of things do they smell, then you can start working out a way of mitigating against that as a primary source of detection. I mean, really, it's just particles in the air. That's all it is. It's molecules in the air that are, detected by your nose or something's nose, and then that's the giveaway. And so, if you can work out a way of making those particles less detectable by putting a barrier in front of them or making them confused, then that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult to remove the molecules altogether. There are maybe a couple of ways, but for the most part, what you're trying to do is make it harder for the scent to get there, or you're looking to confuse them. So cover it up the smell with something else, which might be some of the sprays and stuff that you're talking about that you could maybe hide your scent with.
Yeah.
That might work to some extent, but I do know from like let's take the bloodhounds for a classic example. We've all seen the movies where the bloodhounds are chasing somebody somewhere and they throw pepper or something on the ground or something else, and it covers up the scent trail that the dogs are following. In the real world, it doesn't really work that way, because the dogs have got incredible senses of smell and they can actually detect you for days afterwards once you've been there. What you're trying to do, you're not trying to outsmart the dog, you're trying to outsmart the handler. And there are
Yeah.
ways of doing that by confusing the dog, and you can use other scents to do that. That's where the confusion comes in. It's adding noise to the noise in order to make things seem confused. If the dog starts acting kind of weird,
Yeah.
The handler might think the dog has either lost the scent or it's the wrong scent. And the handler ultimately is telling the dog where to go, so he's controlling it to some extent. They don't just let the dogs off the lead and then they go chasing. There's a handler. So if you confuse the dog enough that the handler thinks the dog is confused, then he'll change his approach, and that's how you can throw off the scent of dogs. You can't really eliminate dogs chasing you because they're just too good. You can't throw their scent off, but you can throw the handler off, and that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Welcome, evil girl. Good to see you again. And we have Grumpy Adventures in the house too. Good to see you as well, my friend. I believe Mythbusters did a myth about to avoiding dogs.
Yeah, I mean,
And that didn't end that well, really
no,
to avoid them.
I mean, it's one of those things. CR is putting in the messages there. What about using rain or water? I mean, that's another classic one. I mean, we've all seen we've seen the movies where they say, jump in the stream and walk in the river.
The opposite direction.
Yeah, or even just because you're in the water, the idea being that the water somehow takes away your scent. But I mean, in reality, that's not likely to actually throw the dog off. In fact, if the water's quite still, your scent can actually lie on top of the water or near the water for a prolonged period of time, especially because if you ever see mist kind of settled on top of water, because it has a negative air pressure right there at that point because it's cool water, and then you've got the heat
Joel,
of the atmosphere pushing down on it. You end up with a little bit of a layer of mist, but you can also have scent within that mist. So actually traveling through water to some, can actually increase your scent. Plus, the water itself is likely to actually have a scent. I mean, not all water is crystal clear and clean. It actually has a bit of a scent to it. So if you go running through scented water, and the handler then becomes aware of the fact that that's the case, and the dog is then aware of the fact that you have ran through that scented water, well, all you've actually did is increase your scent. You've made yourself more detectable, by doing that.
You don't want that.
No. I mean, the only thing you can do is, like I say, throw off the handler, and you can do that with rivers. The classic way of throwing off a handler is by crossing water and then crossing back over, running up a hill, running down a hill, running up a hill, zigzag motions. The dog will keep following the scent, but to the handler, it will appear as if the dog has lost the scent, because 1 minute the dog is here, next minute it's trying to go up the hill, next minute it's trying to come down the hill, next minute it's trying to go up the hill. The handler's thinking, what the hell's going on? Because he's assuming that the person they're pursuing is just going to run in the most obvious basic straight line, which is the way most people or most prey will run. They will take the easiest route possible. So by throwing the dog off by doing that, the dog is actually knows exactly what it's doing. But the handler thinks, wait a minute, the dog has maybe lost the scent. And that's how you can throw off a dog.
Yeah.
There are other things you can do as well. I mean, the throwing off pursuing dogs is a whole skill in itself, a whole art form in itself. And it's highly dependent on your environment, how strong the scent is, how well trained the handlers are, how well trained the dogs are, how much of a head start you've had, the temperature. Ambient temperature plays a factor into it. The weather conditions plays a factor into it. All sorts of things. You're more detectable at night than you are during the day. You're more detectable in cold, still air than you are in warmer air. There's lots of things. It's quite a deep subject, actually.
Yeah.
I think we're mostly going to be talking about, though, in an urban environment. How do we cook food without being detected by, the neighbors or people in the street, etc., and that kind of thing, which I'm less knowledgeable about, but I've got some ideas.
Yeah. Um, CR says, what about wind? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
wind
it's
is a
important.
problem because that can make your scent travel a lot further than you expect or think it will.
Yeah. I mean, from an outdoor point of view, wind is the primary way to which scent is going to be detectable by somebody who's not in your immediate vicinity, because the molecules that the nose is detecting are traveling on the wind, and almost all hunters are aware of the fact that if they are, you know, trying to hunt an animal and they are, the animal catches the scent of the person in the wind, then you're unlikely to be able to get to them because you've spooked them. Which is why a lot of hunters will use something called a puffer bottle, which is basically just a bottle, usually with something unscented like Fuller's Earth or something, and they will squeeze it and a little puff of smoke will come out, and that allows the hunter to be able to see the wind direction, because they don't want the wind traveling from them towards the animal, because that will spook the deer or whatever it is you're hunting.
Yeah,
You want it to be going the other way. And of course, that's the same for people and stuff as well. Animals have usually got a better sense of smell. Humans actually haven't got a very great sense of smell, to be honest,
yeah.
especially in an outdoor environment. But
Hey, Nick, good to see you.
it's important to learn um, how animals detect smell, because if you put all of your scent discipline, your scent mitigation discipline,
Yeah,
into being avoiding detection from an animal like a dog, for example, or a bear, well then a human will just automatically, it'll be easier to hide your scent from a human because you're so practiced at trying to hide your scent from something that's got far better smell, than a human. So I would recommend always practicing as if what you're trying to do is hide the scent from an animal as opposed to a human. Because if you can mask your scent from an animal, then you're definitely going to mask it from a human. But
yeah.
wind is the primary way to which scent is detected, especially smoke. Camp smoke is the most detectable thing in
Oh,
the
yeah.
outdoors. You'll
You can
detect
sense
smoke.
it for a long way.
You can even a small campfire, even a relatively
Yeah,
small campfire, on a still, calm, cold night with a little bit of a breeze, can be detected up to 3 or 4 kilometers away.
yeah.
You know,
And just follow the scent of the campfire and you will find it
yeah.
sooner or later.
And a campfire tells you a lot, because unless there's a forest fire going on, the smell of
Yeah,
smoke is absolutely an indication of humans. You know, if I'm in a place where there's no forest fires going on or anything like that, and I smell smoke, I know there's people nearby, because that's a dead giveaway. There's no animals out there creating smoke. So
exactly.
yeah, it's either lightning, a forest fire, or people, so, or a volcano.
Rockstar Chef Dora says, cooking a submarine underwater. Yeah, that's a good idea if you have a submarine. But normal people don't have a submarine. But otherwise, that is a good idea. Uh, Mark's e-bike packing adventures. Good to see you. Ah, Lady J says, the more stressed, the more sensitive to smells. Yeah, I think so.
Maybe. I mean, one thing I do notice, that if you spend a little bit of time outdoors,
Yeah,
you suddenly become aware of how things smell a lot more acutely than you otherwise would. You know, um,
yeah,
because you're not exposed to as many smells outdoors as you think you are, because most people aren't actually in particularly wildernessy environments. Um, their cars are microclimates. So most people have got relatively microclimated cars, or they've got these stupid little magic trees, which disguises the sense of the outdoors. Now, anybody who's ever traveled in their car and then went from that to, say, riding a bike, a motorbike,
Yeah.
or a pedal bike, suddenly you become aware of how things smell a lot more than you otherwise would. Suddenly, when you're passing that farmer's field, you smell it much more
Oh yeah.
intensely than you would in a
I'm fa-
car.
yeah. I'm familiar with that. I sensed it many times.
Yeah, and if you're out in the countryside for a period of time, say a few days, and then all of a sudden you smell smoke in the air,
Yeah.
your senses are heightened to it because it's a smell that you haven't smelt for a few days, and then suddenly you know that's something out of the ordinary. I mean, something I smell a lot when I'm in the when I walk in the woods, every now and again I'll come across the smell of a fox, and fox has got a very strong smell. It's very easy to detect, and I'm always aware of the fact that I'm coming into an area where foxes are. But because I spend so much time in and around areas that I know, I can actually sometimes detect the smell of different species of animals. So it sounds a bit weird, but I know the smell of a fox, a badger, a deer, and that's probably about it. But I can kind of tell the difference between them. So I know roughly what kind of wildlife is in and around my area just based on the smells. And the smells change throughout the year as well based on, the seasons and things like that, because animals do things differently in order to change their scent.
Yeah.
Everybody's aware of like cats and dogs and things marking territory and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And there's definitely a lot more smells coming into this time of year. We're in spring now, and it's getting to that point where people are starting to detect spring flowers, and animals and things will start getting into the sort of mating season soon. So all sorts
Yeah.
of different new smells.
CR says, what about using, say, MREs?
And MRE is not entirely scentless. MREs do actually have a little bit of a smell to them, especially because I don't. It depends what kind of MRE it is. I mean, an MRE, for anybody that doesn't know, is just a meal ready to eat. That's just what Americans call ration food, basically.
Yeah.
The American version and a few other versions have sometimes got a self heating system, where it's basically a reactive substance that you can heat the food without making a fire. But it actually has a little bit of a smell to it. And obviously, when you heat the food and open the food, then there's a little bit of a scent to that as well. But it's a lot less detectable than, say, cooking something over an open fire. There's lots of different ways of heating food to try and
Yeah.
mitigate against smells. I mean, if you eat something completely cold out of a tin, there's far less smell
Yeah.
than there would be if you heated it up, of course, because the it's the molecules getting up into the air, that's causing the smell in the
Yeah.
first
The
place.
molecules move better when you heat things up.
Yeah, you're aerosoling it. You're aerosoling food, and when you aerosol food, you aerosol molecules, and the molecules are liberated, and then they get on the wind, and then they travel in the wind, and then they reach your nose, which detects the chemical, and that's what we interpret as smell.
CR says, what about, say, crackers and peanut butter? Well, peanut butter has a smell
Yeah,
to it as well.
definitely. Yeah.
Peanut butter has actually quite strong smell. It's not just the a faint smell of peanut. I can at least from my point of view, I can smell the peanut butter. I've noticed that it is a quite strong smell, at least for me. But it might be a different for you or anybody else in the side chat. So
Yeah, I mean, there are some foods that have a lot more smell than others. In fact, there's actually a whole category of food that are called scent bombs. They're so pungent in smell that if what you're trying to do is avoid detection from smell, you should avoid these foods entirely.
Yeah.
So avoid things like fish, avoid high fatty foods. You know, the stuff that gives off that pungent type smell. Things like rice and oats don't give off much of a smell. So those are the kind of things you would want to move towards if you were heating a lot of food or preparing a lot of food. Obviously, there's methods as well of cooking the food, which we'll talk about. Some will liberate smells more than others. Frying
Yeah.
food, for example, will liberate more food smells than, say, boiling. Although boiling does also give off some smells, but a lot less than, say, frying. I mean, in a way, a lot of it's kind of common sense. You know, when you
Yeah.
cook food in your kitchen, what's more pungent than what isn't. If you're just boiling rice in a pot, not a lot of smells coming from that. But if you're frying bacon on a
Yeah.
frying pan, you know,
Oh, I did that.
the whole house
outside.
reeks. Yeah.
Oh man, that smells quite strong, actually.
What does a fox smell like? How would I describe the smell? I tell you what, when you know what a fox
Bud
smells
Flies.
like,
Good to see you.
when you know what it smells like, you can never forget the smell. It's actually very, very easy to detect the smell of a fox. I don't know what it's comparable to. I would have to think about that. To me, the smell of a fox is just the smell of a fox. It's not a massively unpleasant smell, but it is very pungent. It is quite a pungent smell, especially you know, at certain times of the year. My dogs love them as well, and the dogs love the smell of foxes and rolling and things like that, which isn't so great. I don't think I've never smelt. Do you know? I've never smelt a skunk. Skunks are famously smelly animals, and it's very hard to get that scent off of them to use it as a defense mechanism. I've never smelt a skunk before, so I don't know what they smell like. So I can't even compare it to something like that. But a fox,
I haven't.
It's very musky. It's musky. If you know what the smell of musk is, actually a particular kind of scent that comes from animals. There is actually some, you know, there is actually a musk gland. Yeah, and that's actually where that odor comes from. That name comes from that as well. But to me, the musky smell is prevalent in other species of animals like fox, badgers, rabbits, things like that. Just they all smell different though; they're not the same.
Nick Mueller has a question: will a Dakota fire eliminate smells?
It won't eliminate smells.
Reduce it. I would say.
Yeah,
not take it away completely.
Any barrier that you can put in place of the molecules will help to reduce the ability for those molecules to find their way from whatever it is you're doing to the person detecting the molecules. Okay, so a Dakota fire hole is really just a hole in the ground. For anybody who doesn't know, you dig a hole in the ground, you dig a secondary hole next to it, and then you dig a tunnel underneath to connect to the two holes. The idea being that you build a fire in one hole, and the air is allowed to pass through the other hole and feed the fire. But by doing this, what you're actually doing is you're building the fire a little bit below ground, so it's less detectable. So it gives off less light, and it's not as easy to be seen by people. It doesn't actually prevent smoke though. I mean, there's the same amount of smoke's going to come from a Dakota fire hole as a normal fire.
Hey.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I caught bits and pieces there when I was in between driving and getting in the house here. And yeah, that was, as soon as I saw your title, I'm like, oh, I got to get on this one. I have got to be on this one.
I thought you might like this topic. So,
oh, hell yeah.
I've been waiting for you to come on because I've got an idea that a prepper idea that I only thought about today that I'll run past you guys and you can tell me what you think about it. I don't know if we should do it right now or wait till later on, or I can say it again later. But I think I've got an idea for a good way of eliminating smell from a cooking process in an urban environment, even a small apartment, to almost zero. And it does require some preparation, or you have to have some preps in order to do this. which is why it's a prepper thing, and that's why I don't have any of this stuff. But do you want to hear my idea of what I think you should do?
Sure, go for it. I have a feeling I already do it, but go ahead.
Okay. I think a technique you could use is, first of all, it requires electricity, this, okay?
Good to see you.
You need a pressure cooker, right? I think a pressure cooker is probably one of the better ways. You know, one of those one-pot multi-cookers that you get, the electric ones.
Right. And you still with a pressure cooker, they do vent. So
They
you
do
will still
vent.
get odor out of it, but not, a regular one.
Here
Yeah,
the
that
rest
has
of
the
my
little
plan.
thing that goes, the little jiggler that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Here's my plan, though.
coming
So-
out of your pot roast. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got...
Not as much.
So you've got an electric pressure cooker, okay? A multi-pot. So that's going to eliminate some of the smell. You have this hooked up to a power bank because SHTF situation, you've got a power bank hooked up to this thing, and that's your primary method for cooking. Okay, so there's no need for fuels or anything like this.
Right.
But here's the thing that I'm throwing in here. The pressure cooker and possibly the power bank is inside a weed growing bag. You know, one of those tents that people grow weed in, and it has a carbon filter.
Yeah.
Right? They use very, very small amounts of electricity. So you, with a power bank, you would be able to power the pot. The pot and the power bank is inside the grow bag, the grow tent, which has a carbon filter, and it has a negative pressure within it because they have a fan. So basically, it's drawing oxygen in at one end. You've got the pressure cooker cooking the meal inside, which will cut the scent down more because it only takes about less time to cook something by a pressure cooker than most other things. And you've got a vent.
Good to see you.
You've got a vent at the top of the grow tent that's going through a carbon filter, which I think would eliminate most of the molecules that cause the smell. Maybe not 100%, but I think that's probably the cheapest, easy. I can imagine a system, no bigger than a washing machine where you have this system set up in the middle of a room.
You can make it yourself. You don't need to buy a special tent. Just use a tent that's sealed up pretty good and have a hole on one end and just get some of that fish tank carbon filter stuff and just cover it up. You'll filter out so much odor. Yeah, you'll be fine. The only thing I see, and Brian would probably argue this, is running an electric pressure cooker with a power bank, you're not going to have much power left for your lights and anything else after that because those things draw some current. I don't care if you're only running it for 20 minutes, you're going to wipe out, a 2,000 watt power bank. You're going to drop it by like 30-40% in a half hour because those things draw like 1,400 to 2,000 watts an hour, and you're going to wipe it down really fast. But aside from that, your idea, it makes sense. My other idea is I have freeze-dried food. All I need to do is boil water, whether it's with a gas stove, electric stove. Sure, if it's on a fire, you can smell that. But if I can boil water, and if not, I can pour cold water on my stuff. It just takes longer to rehydrate. It's still edible. It's cooked. And there's almost zero odor. When I open a bag of anything, my chili, beef, beans, you name it, I open it up. It doesn't smell like anything because there's no water molecules to spread in the breeze. Yeah. So there's that. So anything I do is going to be, as little as possible odor, wafting around. And as for if you have just a little gas stove, you can boil water, no odor. You might smell the gas stove, maybe, but that dissipates pretty quick. Cooking on a fire, that's different. But if you're going to boil water, that's one thing. If you're going to cook bacon, all bets are off because the fat molecules don't dissipate and evaporate. They just travel and they will just continue with the breeze 5-10 kilometers. Somebody's going to be like, and literally they're going to be like, oh my God, I smell bacon.
Yeah. I mean, things like, you'll know better than me, but I'm thinking things like fishy, oily, fatty, processed foods. They have a higher concentration of the molecules that are likely to sort of aerosol into the air, which then becomes more detectable.
Because water, we all know, a puddle after a rainstorm is going to evaporate in the sun. It just goes straight up. You smell that humidity in the air and funky odors from whatever was in the street, but it generally goes up, and it's so widespread and not strong like condensed, you don't smell it as much. So if you're cooking anything with water, like if I was boiling, if I was had 2 campsites a kilometer apart, one campsite, I'm just boiling corn on an electric stove, corn on the cob, or vegetables, or even beans on a pot. And the other one, I'm cooking beef stew. And you walk downwind of each one of them, you're not going to smell my corn cooking. You're going to smell the beef because of the fat molecules, which do not get any smaller once they're in the air. They're aerosolized, but they don't get any smaller. And the human nose will pick that up easier than the submicron molecules of corn water. So vegetable water steam will just blend into the environment with the rest of the vegetation. And unless, you're a dog or that can differentiate these things, you're not going to smell it. So yeah, trying to stealth cook, you want to stay away from fatty things. If you do that, make sure it's like we'll call it a gusty day where the wind just keeps changing directions, and be quick. So when you're done, put everything out, and nobody can their nose trail is going to end. They're going to be like, okay, where'd the smell go?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's all about the wind, really, isn't it? I mean, the wind is that's the primary way that you're going to detect the molecules, or other people are going to, unless they're right there,
Right. If you're going to cook at night after the sun goes down, so it makes it, people can smell it, but it makes it harder for them to see which direction they're going and be quick about it.
Yeah, so that's going on the principle of the confusing the person confusing the detector rather than removing the smell. You're removing the ability for the person detecting it to find, because I mentioned earlier on, scent actually travels further usually and at nighttime. Usually in colder air, cooler air, it's more detectable at night from a scent point of view. But from a sight point of view, yeah, of course. I mean,
I know when I burn, I'm allowed to burn in a barrel here, and when I do a burning, I don't like to do it on a summer day when it's really hot out, because the smoke will only go up so high, and if there's barely a breeze, it envelops the neighborhood. Yeah, and it makes my neighbors angry. But if I do it in the wintertime or when it's cold out, yeah, that smoke goes straight up. I mean, it rises before it cools off to the point where it's stabilized and equalized with the atmosphere. But by that point, it's up there high enough. I don't care who. Yeah, you might still be able to track me. I mean, but it goes up higher before it starts to cool and dissipate and, mix with the regular breeze in the atmosphere. So it'll dissipate more before it won't just hit the nose and be like, holy crap, it's like somebody just jammed bacon up my nose. I keep bringing up bacon because that's like the best smelling thing, I think. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there are atmospheric pressure changes that can have an impact on it as well. I mean, anybody who lives in a neighborhood that has coal fire chimneys still, there are still a few where I live. Early in the morning, you can smell them more than you can during the day, and that's because the atmospheric, the atmosphere pressure is different. It's low. That's kind of why you get these low-lying mists, at sunrise and things like that. And
the morning fog. Yeah.
You get that morning sort of, and it's low level and it hangs around. And anybody that's been in the woods and had a fire burning all night, in the morning time when it's still smoldering, it's kind of lingering around the forest. If there's no wind, it's still just sitting there. It doesn't just disappear up into the sky. It hovers around a little bit, and then once the sun heats the place up, the heat rises, it changes everything, it warms up the ground, and that changes the molecules of the air, and therefore it pushes the molecules of scent around with it as well and dissipates it up into the air, etc.
Right. And if you're going to cook, do it in the, obviously if there's a lot of greenery around you, do it in the densest greenery, because even the grasses, weeds, trees, and the leaves, they will absorb some of they'll absorb the CO2 and turn it back into oxygen. But with that, it'll absorb some of the odor in that. And it's also tougher to differentiate a wind direction in extreme vegetation environments.
Yeah.
Because the wind doesn't really blow through it, so to speak. It bounces off it because it's so dense. It diffuses in multiple different directions all the time. So it's harder to, like, if there's a group a couple miles away and there's a big open field between you and them, yeah, they're probably going to figure out where it is if they're looking for food. But if you're more in a low area where there's a lot of vegetation and they're over the next ridge somewhere, obviously make sure the wind's not blowing that way. But by the time they smell it, you're gone.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to be said as well about if you're going to be cooking food that you know has a particularly pungent smell or has some scent to it at least, and you're very concerned about scent detection, then it might be worth making sure having your camp kitchen a considerable difference away from your actual camp. So it might be the case of
Right.
you go to a place a couple of miles away, you batch cook everything as quickly as possible in one place, and then you get the hell out of Dodge, because if anybody has detected it and they're making their way towards that location, they're
Right.
just going to be met with, well, they were here, but now we don't know where they are. And you've got the cooked food by this point. And it's just a case of either the only reason you're cooking food is because you need to cook it because you're trying to kill off parasites from meat or fish or something like that, or because the food can't be eaten in a raw form. But for the most part, if you're genuinely concerned about your food being detected by smell, that you're taking all of these precautions, then I think a lot of the comforts that we all have about having bacon smell or whatever have to go out of the window. It's more a case of disciplining yourself to cook only what you need to cook and be very mindful of the fact that, yes, this gives off a lot of smell, therefore I probably shouldn't cook this if I don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, think about this in America or anytime, any country, whenever holidays coming around that has a particular food they cook. I walk around here on Thanksgiving Day, you just smell turkey everywhere and stuff, and all the things that go with a Thanksgiving dinner, because everybody's cooking and most of their vents vent to the outside. Some don't. If you're cooking in a house and you don't have an outside venting vent, you just have one of those filter things that blows it back in. Yeah, you're probably fine. It's really not going to escape your house. You wait till the middle of the night when it's real windy out, open some doors and windows up to vent the house back out, get some fresh air in there, and close the doors back up. They'll never find you. But if you're out in the woods or out in the environment, that's a whole different story. And if you're really desperate, you have something, say an animal you dispatch, and you need to cook it at a certain period of time, walk 3 kilometers away, get a long fire going, and throw all the guts and stuff around a log right next to it and let it slowly cook. And then go back to your other place and start cooking there. That's hopefully a different place, and they'll smell that first. So anybody's going to go there and be like, why is there a campfire here with like guts on it? Meanwhile, you're cooking your stuff, so you kind of divert them away from you or whatever, get them going in another direction, and then you're good.
Yeah.
Your stuff going. But you got to know where, if you're worried about people finding you just got to know where they are and try not to do it upwind from them, like you said earlier with the with animals when you're hunting and that. Yeah.
Well, and also prioritize the things that you're cooking and how much it is you're doing. I mean, one of the benefits of cooking food, for example, is it tends to last a bit longer once it's cooked.
Mm-hmm.
There's a preservation process. If you cook meat, for example, it will tend to last, unless it's dried out, jerky and stuff aside. If you just have a piece of raw meat and a cooked bit of meat, I'm right in thinking that the cooked meat will last a little bit longer than the raw meat. So it might be worthwhile cooking, as much meat as you can in order to carry it with you and eat for another time, rather than have the raw meat there. But if let's say you take a deer down, for example, and you have limited time, you don't need to cook the whole deer because that'll take bloody forever. But what I would do is I would take the parts of the deer that spoil the quickest. That would be the offal. So things like the organs. So take the heart, the liver, the kidneys, things like that. Cook those things immediately if you've got the ability to do that. And take the rest of the deer away. You could cook that in batches some other time, because the organs are the things that are going to spoil first. So it's a good idea to cook them up as quickly as possible and eat them. The soon as they're in your body, well then, it's calories in and you don't have to worry about them anymore. The meat, the deer meat, you can keep, depending on the temperature, you can keep deer meat uncooked for a couple of weeks, even if it becomes a little bit rancid. If you then cook it afterwards, you will still be okay.
Yeah.
It's if you were to try and eat it rancid, then you would have the problems. So it's just a case of thinking about things differently than what you otherwise would in like your house, in peacetime, as you were.
Yeah, what Norfolk said, what's the best way to obscure cooking smells when cooking on a camp stove? Do things that don't require what I would call frying, where like meat browning, onions browning, stuff like that. Pick something you can do in water, like a soup. You don't have to brown your meat before you, I don't care what meat it is. You don't have to brown your meat before you throw it in the soup. Toss it in there, bring it to a simmer, not a rolling boil where you have like steam, a lot of steam coming out, and throw a cover on it. You're going to minimize the amount of odor coming out, and your food is still going to be cooked. It may not be as flavorful because you didn't brown the beef or brown the onions or whatever, or any meat, but it'll be cooked and you can make a stew. And once you thicken it up a little bit, there's even less vapor that comes out of it because it's thicker. It's harder to get the vapor out. Just don't get it too hot to the point of boiling or burning. You definitely don't want to burn something after it's thickened. You will smell that to some point. But yeah, if you're looking to just be, have a good meal, hearty, whatever, and you're camping, you don't want anybody to really know what you're cooking, make soup, make stew. Just have it all chopped up, all the raw veggies and meats in that. They don't have really much of any odor except for onions and garlic. Throw it in there. Throw it in a pot, cover it up, bring it to a simmer, forget about it.
And avoid the aromatic type spices and stuff. I mean,
but once you throw them in there, it's not bad because every time, that's why you see grandma, in the movies, even at home, she walks over, she lifts the lid to get that waft of steam, and she uses her left hand to drag that steam towards her face so she can smell it. I do the same thing, but that's why, because you don't really smell it until you take the lid off, and you got to get those vapors in the air and blow them towards you. So that's literally the epitome of, keeping your food smells low. Keep a cover on it. It's low. It's not going to make it go away. I mean, unless you want to throw some kind of a carbon, whatever filter over the top of it. Sure. That'll keep all the smells down. You're not going to know what it smells like, but sooner or later you got to eat it. If you let it cool down enough, it stops giving off steam. Get it down to 50 or so Celsius, I guess. I don't know. That's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take. CR will correct me here shortly. But then you can eat it because you're not giving off that steam vapor. Eating that hot bowl of soup with the steam coming off it, like in all the ads on TV, or even when you're at home. So keep the steam down. Anything, if you can see it, you can smell it when it comes to food.
Yeah.
I mean, see the steam, see the smoke. You can smell it.
And cook less
Right.
of it. I mean, if you're cooking huge batches of food, well, all you're doing is putting larger batches of molecules up into the air in order to be detected.
Yeah, it takes longer to cook, so your timeline just increased.
Yeah,
the amount of smells in that just increased. Everything increased.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think there's three main things, and there could be a fourth, maybe, but the three main things I can think of to mitigate against smell, and this goes a little bit towards CR's question here as well, is the first one being cook less. So the less you cook, the less molecules there are in there. The next one being interrupt the path of the molecules, which is what we've been talking about with vegetation and putting barriers in the way and trying to do things to interrupt the molecules reaching the person detecting it. And the third thing which is what CR's talking about, is confuse the nose. Because remember, you're not trying to remove the chemical that is the scent of the molecule that we're calling smell. You're trying to confuse the person smelling it. So if you can cover up the smell with another smell and mask it in some way and get away with that, then you would do that. I can imagine, SHTF situation, and there's smells all around the place, from conflict or something. And it could be the case that, you can quickly cook up a big batch of food if there's a burning tire right beside you as well, because anybody passing through that area, they're not going to smell food, they're going to smell a burning tire. If burning tires are a smell in that area, or if you come across a landfill site and it reeks of methane because you've got rotten garbage there, maybe that is a good place to cook up your dinner.
Just cook it upwind from that, so
Just
your
cook upwind from
downwind
that.
Goes across the methane or methane and mixes with that. And I thought the same thing. I'm like, if I'm cooking and I know which way the wind's blowing, if it's sort of steady in one way or varies a little bit back and forth, and I got like a gallon of ammonia or bleach, I'll go downwind of me about 10 meters or so, and I'll just leave a line of it in the dirt. It'll dissipate naturally, but it'll slowly evaporate up into the atmosphere. So anybody going by is going like, oh, what is that ammonia smell? They're going to come looking for ammonia? Probably not, because it'll probably smell like rotting flesh at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But your cooking smells, even if it mixes with that, will make it smell like rotten food. Then they'll think they're near a garbage dump. Well, that might bring people too, but that's another story.
Yeah. Or I mean, or rotten animal. I mean, there's lots of other scents out there that you can mask the scent of what you're doing with some other kind of scent, and
Oh, yeah.
that'll put people off, or at least confuse them to some extent.
I mean, that's the name of the game. Don't let people smell it, and if they can smell something, give them something else for their nose to work on. Because, like you said much earlier, the odor, the human nose is not as proficient at smelling odors as like a dog or an animal.
Yeah.
I mean, my dog can smell the difference between 3 different rubber balls. I give him a name for each color. That's just for my benefit. And I'll hold it to him, let him smell it and say blue. And I'll throw it and say, go get blue. And he'll go get that ball, the blue ball. And I'll let him smell the red one, let him smell the yellow one. Then I throw all 3 of them and he looks at me. I'm like, go get the red ball. And he comes back with the red ball because he knows the smell versus the command, not the color, because they're colorblind.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, humans don't have as much, unless you're starving to death, in which case everything smells good.
Well, that is the thing. If we're talking about a severe SHTF situation, everything does smell good. And everybody is to high alert of the smell of food, because that's one of the primary things that everybody's going to be skulking about for. Which is why this is an interesting subject, because I don't think a lot of people genuinely give it the merit that it deserves, because I can imagine being in a famine situation where, my family's starving to death, and all of a sudden I kind of, what's that? I smell spare ribs in the air.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, no, that's
probably. I could walk in the house any day of the week if my wife's home and she's cooking. I walk in the door, I'm like, oh hell yeah, we're having roast chicken. Oh hell yeah, we're having roast beef. I know what it is because I know the smells. I also know we're cooking, but yeah, you smell as soon as I walk in the door. And sometimes if she's got the vent on, I have an outside vent, and the wind's blowing from the back of the house towards the front, I'll pull in the driveway. I'll smell it coming down the block.
I suppose the danger being that if it was an SHTF situation and I was at the point where my entire family is starving and I smell spare ribs in there, it's probably grandma I'm smelling. It's probably not spare ribs.
This is true. What about us? So Diorcy just texted me on my phone, said, what about burning human hair? Yeah, that could work, but it's also a giveaway of fire and humans.
It would be quite a short. It wouldn't last long either.
Yeah, unless you find a barbershop somewhere with like 10, 50-gallon drums of hair that you can sit there and slowly toss on a fire, but you're not going to want to be around it either.
Yeah, I mean, you can cover up the scent of food with the scent of smoke. So, I mean, to my mind, detecting smoke is easier than detecting food to some extent.
Right.
That might not always be the case, but for the most part, I think it probably is. Smoke particles travel a very, very far distance, probably more so than the molecules of food.
Yeah, smoke is a solid particulate.
Yeah, but
and so is certain foods. Water vapor is not, unless there's fat in there, which is technically a particulate, which does not evaporate. It just travels.
Well, this is where you
settles or disappears. Yeah,
this is where you could use this to somewhat of an advantage. So if you understand what kind of wood burns best in the sense of mitigating against smell, you can either use this to your advantage or get whatever.
Hey Mike, good to see you.
Hey Mike, so I'm thinking of pine, for example. Pine gives off a very, very resinous smell.
Oh yeah, and a lot of smoke.
And a lot of smoke even when burnt. Now you could use that as a means to mask your food. So if you're in a forest and there's forest fires and stuff going on, you might want to just pile a whole pile of pine onto a fire and a big plume of white smoke going, and then very quickly cook your food. Somebody would detect the smell of the smoke for sure, but they might just think it's just that's the smell of burning. That's burning wood. It's just
don't
not
cook
food.
your raw food openly on a pine fire. Don't do that.
Yeah, that as well.
Don't throw your bacon and sausage on the grate over top of a pine fire. Yeah, no, bad idea.
But if you have the pine fire and then you cook your food beside it,
right,
a person is more likely to detect the pine fire and not the food. So you've
and if they get any odor of food, it's going to be an occasional whiff. It's like, wait, was there bacon in that? No, it smells like pine sap.
Did that smell some human? Did that smell some grandma?
Was that hair? Ugh, it must have been an animal. Yeah.
What did I miss?
We were just talking about cannibalism.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. All right. Awesome.
That's wrong.
No, actually, we talk about smells and how when you cook food and how to reduce the scent, suppress the scent from when you're cooking food.
As soon as I'd finished cooking my bacon sandwich, I'd eat it and then go outside.
You missed my prepper idea for how to eliminate smell. It involves having a weed tent. You know, so
Weed tent with a carbon filter, a little positive pressure fan,
positive
and
pressure fan, carbon filter, a weed tent, an electric one pot pressure cooker, and
a power
bank.
supply. Yeah.
All inside the tent. I think that would work. Although I don't know how long you would get out of, like Chef was saying, that I think they use quite a lot of power.
They use a lot of power.
I don't know how many times you'd be able to use the pot before the power bank ran out, unless you were Brian, in which case,
Never.
He just grabs another power bank. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Throw another power bank on the fire, love. It's getting cold.
Oh,
he's throwing them in the log burner.
why do you throw a power bank in the fire? Oh, to recharge it. Sorry, that wouldn't help.
I mean, it's a fire that can never be put out, isn't it? It's one of those. It's always going to burn. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know what you've already covered, so I don't want to repeat too much of what you've gone over. But I've thought about this a lot, and my initial thought was, let's not just do bacon, because I can smell bacon from 2 towns over if I'm hungry or hungover.
I talked about that a minute ago. If you're going to cook and you have meat, vegetables, you want to make super stew, which is your best bet, don't brown anything. Just throw it in the water.
Boil
let
it,
it slowly cook and keep a lid on it so it keeps the smell out. Like I said, grandma or you, whatever, they take the lid off and use their other hand to waft that steam towards their nose to smell it. Number one, you don't want to put your face right over the stove. But number two, that's where all the odor is in the steam. So keep it in there as much as you can. And then take it off every now and then. When the breeze picks up and is dissipating, or you get gusty winds, open it up, stir it around, smell it, taste it, put a cover back on it, think about what you want to add to it. Do that, and then when you're done, don't uncover it. Let it cool down, because we all know, you take your soup right off the stove. You're waiting 5-10 minutes with it open as you're blowing on it, blowing all the steam and smell away to cool it down. You can eat it. Let it sit in the pot for another hour or whatever to cool down to the point where it's not screaming hot. I mean, if it's dead of winter, you may want hot food, but so it's at least warm, cooled down to the point where it's not giving off a lot of steam and odor into the atmosphere, and chow down. And then move on.
I think one of the benefits of MREs in the field, and even if you've done it yourself, like made your own pre-cooked meals in Mylar, is you're boiling it in the bag, right? And that's when most of the order's going to be coming out of it, if it was boiling openly.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier. Like all my MREs, I mean, like chili cheese mac, something like that, or beef and beefy mac, or whatever I make. I make all kinds of stuff. And I boil the water as much as I need for that particular pouch. Rip the pouch open, pour the water in, and zip it shut again. Leave all the steam in there, all the water, that rehydrates everything, and it softens it up so I can eat it. And you let it cool down a little bit. You open it up. You're eating it out of a little bag, so the little thing of whatchamacallit is not coming out as much. The steam.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to freeze-dried pouches and food, you don't even need to heat the water. You can just pour cold water in there, and
I've done that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's nicer if it's hot, but
it takes longer, but it'll still hydrate. Freeze-dried food is literally devoid of water, moisture.
Yeah,
it is hungry and thirsty. It needs moisture. You open up anything on a humid day. If I took one of my MREs and it was like 80-90% humidity outside, I don't care about the temperature, and just laid it in a tray, in a few hours it'll be rehydrated all by itself, just pulling in the moisture out of the atmosphere. Because that's what it needs. You took it away, it wants it back. I mean, it's greedy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best way to do it, but I mean, I don't think I'd fancy a cold freeze-dried meal.
If you're gonna do cold, you might as well just do freeze-dried apples and stuff.
Yeah.
I think if we were in a situation where, like we're so concerned about the smell of food. I think eating cold food is probably the least of our worries. I mean, I imagine like special ops type military guys when they're sneaking around targeting, Iranian missile platforms and stuff. They're not eating nothing hot. Whatever
No.
they're eating, there's going to be cold and it's going to be scentless because
it's going to be very
smells
low,
a big giveaway.
low odor and nutritious. That's all they want. They need the vitamins, the protein, and the calories, and it doesn't need to be hot.
So with the freeze-dried stuff, what CR's just said there about pre-soak in the food to reduce the cooking time. So if you rehydrated your freeze-dried meal till it was fully saturated, then warmed it, would that be quicker? Or is it just as quick to put boiling
CR
water
is
in?
confusing. My MREs are cooked.
Yeah.
Like I'll fire up the crock pot. I'll throw in chicken and ham things. I'll make a casserole or whatever, and then I freeze dry it. I only have to add water to it's already cooked. You could literally eat it dry. It rehydrates because there's no moisture. And I bring this up all the time with my snacks. And I just bought another couple bags of French toast cubes, which are great for kids. You just throw them in a microwave, some syrup, and they eat it. Well, I throw them in a freeze dryer. They're already cooked. The eggs are already cooked. I throw it in a freeze dryer, and I eat those in the morning with a cup of coffee. If you eat them plain, within like 4 bites, you have no moisture left in your mouth because it needs moisture, and your body needs more moisture to digest it. So eating dried fruits, dried anything, freeze dried, not dehydrated, freeze dried, will pull the moisture out of your mouth and your body to rehydrate it. I don't care where it is in your body. It's going to pull it out. You cut a hole in your side and stick it in the side. It's going to pull moisture out of your blood. I mean, it needs it. It's greedy for water, and it will take it, whether you like it or not. So, yeah, you can eat. I could eat my, and I've done it. I always try it just for the heck of it. Like I made, just ground beef with noodles and like a sauce, and it comes out of the freeze dryer. I'll take a couple crumbs, toss it in my mouth, and it takes about 30 seconds for the flavors to come out because it needs to rehydrate. Once the flavors comes out, it's like, oh, that's pretty good. It's cold, it's crunchy, but now I'm thirsty. I need a glass of water to go with it.
There is an important distinction we have to make early on here because I think some people are maybe getting confused about this. There is a difference between cooking food and heating food. There's a big the only reason you need to cook food is because you have to liberate something from that food that otherwise doesn't exist unless it's cooked, or you're trying to pasteurize it in some way. You're cooking it to remove parasites or something else to make it more digestible, or something like a potato, for example. You can't really eat. You can eat a potato raw, but you're not supposed to. I mean, because
horrible.
Apart from it being horrible and starchy, it's actually slightly toxic, I think.
It's not really healthy for you.
Yeah, so you have to cook something like that. It has to be. You have to. There's a heating process that has to take place in order to make that a food. Otherwise, it's not a food. So when we're talking about reheating or rehydrating freeze-dried food, that's already cooked, and there's actually
almost no odor to it.
Yeah, and there's no need to heat it up. That's my point. So everybody's had slow oats, for example. You can't really eat oats just spooning dry oats into your mouth. That would just be rank. But you can just put water on them or something and leave them for a little while.
I did when I was doing all my fitness stuff. I was doing slow oats all the time, and I wasn't even warming them up. I was having them cold, and it was so. To even save even more calories, it was not just because some people do it with milk in the fridge and leave it overnight that way, and it's dead creamy. I was doing water. There was the oats, but there was a spoon of powdered milk in there as well. That was all shook up, chia seeds, and then that was just left. And literally, I'd open it up and eat it like a yogurt the next day. But even if it was SHTF and the fridge was out of order, I've got about 6 or 7 mason jars that I would be doing that with every night and just leaving them stood outside.
Yeah, I mean, rice, for example. If you've got raw rice, it's uncooked rice, right? The rice isn't cooked. You the only way to liberate the calories is by heating them in some way. Having pre-cooked rice and then letting it go cold and then reheating it again, that's not cooking. That's just reheating. That's I think that's a distinction that people need to realize. And if you're genuinely concerned to the point where you're worried that other people are going to smell what you have, my first advice would always be don't cook it if you don't have to. Don't even heat it, because the second you
Who could smell rice? Come on.
well, maybe not. I mean, rice is one of the least smelling things. Things like rice and oats and stuff like
Unless
that.
you've got like
but,
the jasmine one.
yeah, but I mean, anything really. I think you kind of just have to get used to eating cold stuff if you're in this situation.
I imagine. So I've always thought it's a big problem, and part of me thinks it's a bigger problem. It's not less of a problem than I realize in an urban environment, because by the time people are trying to sniff out your food, what other smells are going to be out there? Things on fire, bodies, moldy crap. Can you imagine the aromas around a city?
Yeah.
If you could pick out a bacon sandwich from all of them aromas, I mean, you'd be doing a pretty good one. So I imagine it's not as big a threat to me as I think, especially when it's tinned foods and stuff. They're not, like you say, you're warming them, not cooking them. However, if it was a bug out situation, then it travels, right? If you were in the middle of nowhere, if we were in the middle of the Yorkshire Dales and you had a fire, Alan, with that giant pan of bacon we had on the island, if you had that roaring away in the middle of the Yorkshire Dales, I'd have probably smelt that from miles away, because there's nothing else apart from fresh air, right? A foreign smell that you pick it up quicker.
Yeah. I mean, we spoke a little bit earlier before you came on about the different atmospheric conditions that can either increase or decrease scent, because scent can only travel on wind. I mean, that's how it works. I mean, it has to be carried on the wind, and there's certain times of the day and certain times of the year where it does that more readily or more widespread. And if it's a very, very windy day, there's wind blowing all over the place. The molecules might spread far and wide, but they're so scattered you'll probably get away with it. If it's raining, that will keep the scent down somewhat.
Do you not think every unprepared person, though, is going to be out the back of their garden cooking whatever they can on the barbecue?
I think if a lot of people early on are doing that, that's the perfect time to do that. Yeah. Because everybody else is doing it. And so you're kind of masking your own availability, your own
and conserving your potential gas supplies and whatever you've got, right?
Yeah. So I mean, you use that opportunity to sort of blend in with the rest effectively. But I mean, you know what it's like in the summertime. I mean, up here in Scotland, when we get our 3 days of summer, you can instantly tell it's summer because you can smell the barbecue on the air. And that's the wee bit of sunshine, somebody's out there with a barbecue, and you can smell it from quite a distance away.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you would have to be careful about when you're doing that and what time of the day you're doing it and what kind of weather conditions and stuff you're doing it in.
Would you cook at night? Late night? I know sounds and stuff travel more at night.
So
but if we're talking, if say you've got a kill, and you want to cook up as much meat as you can in a short period of time, would it be better to go out at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. and grill up as much as possible for an hour or two?
Well,
because sleeping people don't smell.
Well, this is the thing. It depends on which way you take it. Chef said earlier on, he thinks it would be a good idea to cook at night because it's less detectable from the point of view as you might be able to smell it easier, but you don't know where the hell it is because it's nighttime. So you're using the cover of darkness to
hard to spot that smoke.
Hard to spot
as well,
because we're visual animals. We actually don't have a very good sense of smell in the animal kingdom, but we can see very well, and you can kind of, there's a little bit of smoke. They must be over there, because the atmospheric pressure's slightly calmer at nighttime and the early morning. Scent does linger longer, and it's lower to the ground, so it's more detectable. You're better off doing it sort of in the middle of the day where everything's heated up a little bit and you're more undetectable that way. But then you're in broad daylight, so it really, to my mind, it would depend on what method you were using to cook it. If you're not using smoke, if you're using some method to cook that doesn't involve any smoke whatsoever, then I would say cook it in the middle of the day.
See, my garden's overlooked by a huge tower block. So if it wasn't a case of everybody was out using the barbecues, I would get spotted a mile off through the day.
Yeah.
And they'd be down looking, jumping up over the wall and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I think.
Another thing we mentioned earlier is the idea of finding somewhere away from your camp in order to batch cook. So you live in a tower block, let's say you've got your bag of food and your means to cook it, your little gas stove or whatever. It might be the case that you have to do a bit of a sneaky excursion, a couple of miles away, quickly cook it as much as possible in a little bit of, in an underpass, and then with your cooked food, then bug out back to your house. By the time anybody smells it and thinks they're over there somewhere cooking a steak, by the time they get there, you've already left and you're on your way back to your house. But at least you're not drawing them towards where you live.
You're giving yourself better chances, aren't you? CR had a good point there with the solar oven. It's something I've wanted to try. I'm not sure how effective it would be in our environment. You know what I mean? I don't know if we get enough solar for a solar oven to be justified, but I definitely would like to try that because I think that could be a good option.
Have you ever seen one of those parabolic cookers as well?
Yeah.
You've seen one of them. It's like a dish, like a satellite dish, but it's mirrored.
Yeah.
And it kind of, the heat all sort of goes to one spot in the middle and then reflects up, and then you can put like a steak right there or whatever, or a pot, which is, I think you're supposed to put a pot of water there, and then it heats it parabolically. I think it's what it's called. I've never done it, but I get the principle
that's cooking for about 4 days out of a year in Scotland, though, right?
your parabolic heater is not going to do much, where I live.
Finally, the sun's out. Get all the parabolic heaters out.
What? Parabolic heater? I never heard of that one before. Oh, I have one.
Yeah.
Actually, I
just
don't.
light a laundry scent candle. Won't smell like food. Just washing laundry, says Rockstar Chef Dora.
Mask. I mean, you mask whatever you've got, as long as it's not out of the ordinary. I mean, if it's an absolute SHTF
most people's
situation,
gardens are going to be latrines. Surely the smell of shit's going to overpower everything.
Well, do you know? Amazingly, I think you would actually get kind of nose blind to that kind of stuff, and then you would still be able to sort of smell your way through the good stuff, if you see what I mean.
Like if you work in the sewers all your life, or you work at the tip kind of thing. When you drive past it and you're not used to it, it's like, ugh, but people stand in it all day.
Yeah, right? the guy that works there 12 hours a day is eating his ham sandwich. He's like, I don't smell nothing. What are you talking about? It's like,
this ham smells great.
Yeah, because he's totally nose blind to the background noise. I mean, that's a real thing. That's a real audible thing as well. It's actually got a name. It's called what's that effect called?
Hi, Monkey Wrench. Good to see you.
It's called the cocktail room effect,
Marcus,
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, my speakers went all wonky. I'm like, oh, please don't let it be the computer. It's not. It was something happened. I don't know, and everything sounded like you were talking through a plastic garbage bag.
Okay. So grid down now, right? Grid down now, or a week ago, we all have to cook. What have we got, and how are we cooking? What have we got to cook with? What options do you have? As a question.
So who's first? Me?
I'll go first. I've got obviously the standard camping gas stove that people have seen in all the videos. It takes the normal little gas bottles like that. I've got a meth stove with a bottle of methylated spirits. I want to get a paraffin stove. I've not got one yet. And obviously, I've got the outdoor fire and stuff, and I've got a small. It's not a jet boil, but it's a jet boil from like Temu. So that's the kind of options I've got at the moment. Anybody else? No one else cooking?
I mean, so within the first week or so, I'm truly not going to worry too much about anything odor-wise. I will cook the most odoriferous food because everybody else is either going to be cooking their food that's starting to go bad in the freezers and fridge.
Yeah.
And I will use whatever cooking method is non-renewable. Like if I still have natural gas coming to the house, I'll be using that. I'm not going to be using like my propane because I'm going to need that too. It's not renewable anymore, but I'm going to keep as much as I can to use it as needed when needed. I'll use whatever is handy. If I have an electric stove and we still have power or whatever, I'll do that. If I have a barbecue, sure. If I have a wood stove, not a wood stove, but like a wood barbecue that just shows throw fire briquettes or whatever in there, wood, I'll use that. I don't care how much smoke and odor I'm making. People are gonna be like, "You're cooking." It's like, yeah, I'm cooking. You hungry? Because I got too much food that's going to waste. I'll play the game like everybody else is stuck in the game. I'll just play the game.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I got extra chicken here. You want some chicken? Because I probably already have enough canned up in that and stored away where I'm not going to worry about it. But initially, I want to look like the rest of the people, desperate.
Yeah.
Cooking whatever I got, not really caring about odors and smells and stuff.
So
And
once we're beyond that period,
they'll leave you alone.
So once we're beyond that period, what options? What you're cooking? What you cooking with, chef, or cooking on?
Probably if I have propane, I'll be doing inside. As dangerous it is, I'll have the bottle outside, but I'll have my little tiny stove inside. Most of it's going to be water based stews and soups.
Yep.
And then freeze dried at the end. I mean,
Cool.
canned goods and that. And yeah, you should cook it for 5 minutes or heat it for 5 minutes once you open it. Because just because you put it in a jar and it was, soup in a jar, yeah, you can eat it. We've been doing that forever, our whole lives, eating stuff right out of that can from the store. But you should heat it for a few minutes. But if you can't eat it, I mean, smell it first. Eat it the way it is. If it's in a jar and you canned it, it's cooked. I don't care what it is. It's cooked. If it's a jar of beans that you made, it's cooked. Eat them cold. I've eaten cold green beans out of a jar. I don't care. It's food. Eat that stuff first, or eat whatever you can, and save the super long-term stuff for down the road just in case. And if you don't use the super long-term stuff, well, guess what? It's still good super long-term.
Yeah. How you cooking, Alan?
I think for me, probably just like you as well. Like if we're SHTF, we're a week in, I'm going to start with the old butane type stuff. I've got a dozen of these cans because they were on offer at B&M or whatever the hell it's called. So you'll get 2 or 3 meals out of each one of these cans. So I've got 12 of these.
You'll get a lot more than that. It's a bit surprising how far they go. Genuinely.
Well, so in that case, I've got, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks worth of cooking just from that. And then once I've run out of that, I've got alcohol, liquid sort of stuff. I've got the alcohol stoves. They're very efficient. They're smokeless. They put out a little bit of chemical, but not too much. You could cook that inside the house, no problem. Once I run out of that stuff, and I've got a couple of bottles of these, I've got a few of these knocking around, which I've always got. Gas stoves. They're noisy. They do smell, and they don't last as long. I suppose once that stuff runs out, then I've got I've got a barbecue, and I've got these kind of solid fuel things that I can cook small, but I can boil up small amounts of water on, things like that.
What are you going to do when you run out of all your, I'll call them whatever I said it earlier, non-renewables? It's gone. Your fuel sources and cans, they're not renewable. You can't refill them. You got nothing after that. So are you going to use all your non-renewables first? And then what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's a case of, do you want to eat all of your tin food cold first rather than wasting fuel, which I probably would. Like I say, I wouldn't be cooking food if I didn't have to. I wouldn't be heating food up that's already cooked if I was in a situation where I was rationing it to this point.
Oh yeah, cans of beans, just crack it open and eat it.
I think everybody would probably do that kind of stuff. But I would eventually exhaust all of my fuel sources that I have lying around the house, because if you've got it, you may as well. Because once I run out of all the gases and fossil fuels and that kind of stuff, then I move on to the gasification burners, which just use wood. I can talk about this a little bit later on, because this is another effective way of mitigating against smell, because it's a secondary burn. So it actually burns the smoke twice, which takes away a lot of the scent, and it's relatively smokeless. That's a good way of using a fire with a very, very small fuel source in order to cook your food. You can either use these kind of things to get it going, but you could put a bunch of pine cones in here and burn it, and it will give off very little smoke and very little scent. It will give off some, but very little. And then, of course, like everybody else, it would be a case of going off into the woods and using charcoals and woods and anything else you can get your hands on to do it the old-fashioned way, which is cooking with fire. Because we do need to cook things. There's no getting away from this. There are some things that if you just say, well, I'm just never going to cook anything, and you get to the point where you're eating raw meats and things like that, eventually what's going to happen is you're going to collect parasites, because at some point you're going to get some of them and you're going to get sick down the line. So you're going to have
you got to look at things not only how are you going to cook, what are you going to cook?
Yeah.
So if crap hit the fan and we have no electric and Yeah, I got my freezers continuing to run for a while. I got some solar panels and that if nobody sees them to keep my freezers going. Yeah, I'm going to be eating the refrigerator first. And once the refrigerator's gone, I'm not worried about it. I'll just throw it outside. And then the freezers are next. So I'll be using those. And yeah, a lot of raw meats and stuff in there you need to cook. So, but that's where I would also be firing up my pressure canner and canning a lot of the food. I'm not going to use the freeze dryer. It takes way too long. I mean, to run, if I cook up, 10 pounds or, 4 kilos of diced up beef, cook it and throw it in the freeze dryer, I got another 48 hours before that's done. And I got to double check it a bunch of times to make sure it's done. So versus throwing it in my pressure cooker canner in jars and just canning it. And that's done in like 3 hours. I'm done.
Red meat, I'm good because I order it blue at the restaurant anyway. So the cook time is by the time it hits your nose, I've already eaten it because it was cooked a minute ago.
Yeah, but if that red meat was sitting in here just at room temperature for more than like 6-8 hours, you're done.
Yeah.
I wouldn't eat it.
Shadow, I'd be interested to hear your answer on this because of obviously you're in an apartment block, right? So what's your options for cooking in SHTF?
I have an alcohol stove, Trangia stove, which is an alcohol stove, but I can get a gas burner for it.
Yeah.
And I have a BioLite stove.
Okay.
But that one you need to use outside.
Do you have a balcony or?
Yeah, I have a balcony.
Or do you have roof access? Can you get access to the roof if you had to?
No, I don't have any access to the roof, but I have a balcony.
Right. Okay.
Your stove vents vent to the outside or the inside? Or even your like? Do you have a fan vent in your bathroom?
No, I have a window I can open.
Oh, you don't have one of those like in the ceiling vents. You turn a switch on, it turns the fan
not
on.
in the bathroom.
I've got one of them actually. That's a good point. I could use that.
If you got electric, if you don't have electric, you got a power supply. Unwire it and plug it directly in. They don't draw any current, so you can at least blow the odors out through the roof somewhere and let it dissipate into the rest of the community where they don't even know where it's coming from.
You could quite easily put the 2 wires up to a car battery, something like that, and it would probably go forever, right?
Well, not the not an AC ceiling fan, not something in your house. That's not DC, it's AC. But
even if it's just the motor with the positive and negative, it would still spin the motor. There's
an AC DC difference there. AC motors are wired differently than DC motors. You can't take an AC motor, out of your, I don't know, picks up your refrigerator that has a motor that just blows a fan and plug it into a battery. It doesn't work like that. Vast difference there. You need an inverter to make it AC,
right?
Your power supply, whatever. And then you could just, stick the wires in the holes if you're desperate. Just don't short yourself. And it'll turn it on at least to pull the air out of your house or out of your bathroom or wherever you're cooking to get it out and up, especially in an apartment building. If it has vents that go into a common vent and out through the roof, you're set. Just pull it out there and blow it into that vent. Nobody will even know where it's coming from. They just know it's coming from the building somewhere.
You could wire it to a normal plug and plug that into a power bank, right?
That's what I meant. Just cut the wires where it's wired in. Just cut it black, white. And but you got 220 over there. We got 110.
Yeah.
So just cut the wires, put it on a regular, replaceable plug thing, or cut a power cord off something you're not using, and just wire it to that. It's a fan. Fans don't run backwards if you wire them wrong on AC. They only run one direction. So.
Yeah, good point. Good point with the extractor fan here.
I know there's a reason why I hopped on here today.
Pull fan out of car on radiator and use car battery. There you go.
Yeah, if you want to take your dashboard out, you can pull the whole plenum assembly out for your ventilation system in the car and just run a whole bunch of tubing from that out somewhere. But that's a little bit work.
I mean, would distraction work? Like set a fire 100 meters away from your home and throw a rubber tire on there?
That's what we talked about that earlier. Yeah, I was like, start a fire like a kilometer away. And after you harvested a deer, if you're into hunting and you did that and you need to cook it, go a kilometer or so away, light a long fire so it doesn't burn up all at once, and just leave the guts laying there all along the fire. So as the fire is burning, it's making the smell of cooking flesh, deer, whatever, and then it eventually just goes out. But you better be quick on cooking on your side, because if somebody traces that down, they may smell the other one too and be like, okay, where's it really coming from? They're going to find the deception fire, and they'll be like, okay, I know what you did, and they're going to come looking for you. Then you better be gone.
Yeah. Interesting one. Interesting.
Yeah,
I
it
can't do
is.
that. No car cannibalize, says Kaylin.
Oh, there's cars in the parking lot, Kaylin. You just need your toolkit to go get it.
I mean, you can buy, if for this purpose, even if you've not got an extractor fan, you could buy a little fan that will just go in your window, kind of thing, like a reverse.
I have fans that are for your car. They plug into the power point or cigarette lighter outlet. They're 12-volt fans. You buy them at a truck stop.
Yeah.
You can use just the little fans that you have for your PC. You
Yep.
could just turn them around, and you'll either pull air in or push it out, depending on
that and a piece
literally
of,
just turn it around. It's you can rig a few of them up on a board, no problem.
Can't do it, Alan. I'll be sat here desperately waiting for the internet to come back, so I don't want to take my PC apart.
Yeah, you could. Most houses by code have what they call a vent stack for your sewer, and that's when you flush the toilet. That way, the water doesn't get sucked out of your toilet, out of the trap. It pulls air from your roof or wherever, and if you can tap into that, put a piece of pipe on there, just duct tape it on, and put a little tiny computer fan or a car volt fan, and you tape that on so it's blowing it into that pipe and shooting it out the roof somewhere. With the smell of the sewer, you're never going to smell it.
You've got a burner in your outhouse thing, haven't you? In your cabin, log burner.
Yeah, I got a wood stove. Yeah.
Are them metal mounted fans any good that sit on top and the heat just makes them spin? Are they any good?
They are, but you need the heat to do it. I forget the name of it. They're a little expensive, but they work, and there's no electric. It's a piezoelectric, whatever the science thing is on that. I love them. I don't have one because I got a ceiling fan, so I don't worry about it.
I've got one of those, actually. It's in the shed. Every now and again, Lidl sell them pretty cheap, by the way.
They're in Lidl at the moment. That's why it reminded me. Yeah.
That's where I got it.
It's a little double one from Lidl that just mounts on top.
They work fantastic. I don't actually fully know how they work, but yeah, you set it on top of the stove, and then the heat makes it spin and kind of push the hot air towards you. That's the idea, anyway, or at least it circulates in the tent a little bit.
Helps it circulate. It doesn't go straight up and overheat your ceiling.
Yeah,
but those you can't. Yeah, putting that on a wood stove to hook it up to a vent to get it outside, I don't think that's not even a rational thought for me.
No, I wouldn't have thought so as well. But I mean, there is another thing you can kind of do as well if you're using a wood stove, is you can use a flexi pipe to sort of run it all the way down, and then you run it along the ground, and then you run it through soil and things like that, and you can conceal smoke and scent that way as well. I'm trying to remember where I've seen that get done. I'm sure it was a World War II thing where they were deliberately trying to conceal themselves. It might have been the partisans, and they were trying to conceal themselves from scent and smoke and things like that. And that was one of the methods they used, where they had basically a very long chimney that didn't just go up into the air. It sort of ran down and then went into the ground and cooled, and because it had further to travel,
it dissipated more by the time it actually exited.
Yeah.
Interesting. What's the stove you're holding up? The one that you can use the wood on, the gasification one?
Oh, this one. I think I've said this one before. It's called Solo Stove. That's the brand. They do a lot of different. You can't really see it with the light on this. Solo Stove, and the way these work is you can make these. By the way, you don't need to buy these. You can actually make these just with a couple of cans and things like that. It's a double-skinned can, so effectively
you've got the expensive one.
yeah, they're not the good ones are not cheap, but effectively it's double-skinned. So the fire in the inside where the grate is, you put whatever it is you're burning in there. Air gets drawn in through these vents at the bottom and then goes between the skins, and it comes out here at these holes at the top. And what happens when the fire is burning, the gases that come off from the fuel are burnt secondarily coming out of these little holes up here, and you actually see, like, once this gets going, you can actually see the flames all the way around where these little hole vents are, because it's been fed with oxygen and the gas coming off of the fuel, like, you know, the smoke, the gases and the smoke normally, and it gets secondarily burned. And the beauty of that is, not only do you get a more efficient heat because it's not wasting all of those gases that can be burned off, but it also reduces the smoke profile and the scent because you're burning it off, you know. So it's a very nifty, cool little thing to have.
I've just put a thing on there, Shadow. Is that this is the cheaper version, but from the looks of it, that's what you're explaining there, right?
Yeah, that's how the process works. So that you can actually make these with a coffee can, like a couple of coffee cans, and there's a way of doing it.
Yeah.
But you know, it's easier just to actually, you know, buy the.
That's a quite simple stove.
Yeah. What fuel? It doesn't matter.
You can burn just about anything in there. So I mean, it's meant for like small wood, you know, the small branches, things like that. You can use pine cones, anything combustible. You can use things like these little solid fuel blocks and things like that, but they're not as efficient for that. I really just use them to get it going, and then I feed the fire with small branches. Like I say, the beauty of it is, if you only have access to a small amount of wood, like say you've got just a tiny little pile of wood, you can get, you know, a much more efficient burn from that pile of wood by using something like this than what you would have if you just piled it into a little fire and burned it, because that would burn quickly, because, you know, it's very wasteful. It's using a lot of oxygen, and most of it, all the gases are just spreading off into the atmosphere. Whereas because it's contained in here, it's much better. Also, it's a low profile from a light point of view as well. So it's a very stealthy way of having a fire.
So do you just griddle on the top of that and then a pot? Is that all you do?
This one actually comes as a set. So I'll quickly show
I'm going to
it.
make him cook something in his room. Watch.
This is the way this comes, right? Comes with a pot, and this fits inside the pot. So you can use that pot there, but on top of this, it comes with this.
Right. It's like an O-ring thing, yeah.
And it just sits there. I mean, normally it's, you know, like this. Just take it out. Pot sits on top of it. You can feed sticks into the top, and then, you know, the oxygen's coming in through these holes here and secondary burning there. The other really good thing about it is, see, the bottom part of this is actually very well insulated. So see, when this is burning away and you're cooking stuff on it, if you need to, you can actually pick this up from the bottom and not burn yourself and move it. And it also is good for if you're in a location where you're worried about scorching.
Don't tell me that, Alan. That would end in bad.
I mean, sometimes I camp in the Cairngorms a lot in the summer, which is basically a no-fire zone because it's such a combustible place. There's a lot of heat in the ground and things like that. This is perfect for that, because you can sit this right on the ground and it won't even heat the ground.
Doesn't scorch the earth. Yeah,
doesn't scorch it. I mean, you can pick it up with your bare hands. You know, that's how efficient it is when it comes to that. So it's a very cool little thing to have.
I mean, I don't know if you guys ever got rocket stoves, but I've always found the rocket stoves seem to, because they burn at such a like high intense heat, they don't seem to kick out as much smoke as just having a campfire. And because it's a high intense heat, it boils water in no time, and you know you wouldn't have to cook for very long. Have you tried the rocket stoves? Anyone?
No, I am familiar with rocket stoves, but I would like to buy one myself.
I don't like the noise of them, so I use a BRS stove. When I'm using this type of gas, I use a BRS stove, which is a tiny little, it's actually the world's lightest stove. It doesn't put off as much noise, but it doesn't. A rocket stove has got the advantage of, you know, being very high intensity, and you can boil water much quicker than you can with like a BRS.
So let's stop that. Right, this isn't the brand. I've got a different brand, but I'm going to share this one. This is the one I've got. I'm sure mine's called Eco something, but it's like a rocket stove, similar sort of thing. We feeding the fuel into there. I've took that camping multiple times. It's got the handle so I can pick it up and move it without touching it from the bottom, like I say. But I've had that on grass, and it's very similar thing. It's heavy. It's almost like got a concrete layer in the bottom, and it doesn't burn the grass or the ground. So I think that's kind of a similar sort of thing. But that was very. It's such a quick cook. It was unreal.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't use much fuel at all, and I was like, well, I literally had it burning for about 5 minutes, and I'd already boiled water and heated up my MRE. So I was like, okay, I don't need this anymore. But yeah, that's the one I've got.
Is that on Amazon? That's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, so it's not the one I've got. I can't remember the name. I'm gonna have to check it. It's outside though at the moment.
What is it? It's just call, if I search just stainless steel rocket stove.
Yeah,
or rocket stove probably.
Yeah.
Huh. Look for that. You can make little ones too that work with, like, little kindling tidbits of wood, pine cones, whatever you want.
I mean, to be fair, this one is cheaper than the one I got. The one I got's like 120 quid one. I didn't get it for that. I got it off a retiring prepper who had never had it out the box.
Have you seen the one? Have you seen the one that also generates power?
Yes, that's the one that Shadow was on about, the BioLite, right?
BioLite stove, yes.
Yeah,
I've never used one of them.
I've had mixed reviews off these because there's like a small one and then there's a big one. This is the small one. Is that the one you've got, the small one?
Yeah.
Shadow? So they do that, and they also do like a longer one. I don't even know if it's going to be on here. No, there's like a longer version of it as well. But I was told that it's enough to like power a little light or potentially get a trickle charge in. It doesn't give you much power. So I don't know how gimmicky that is. Have you charged things off it, Shadow?
I haven't used mine yet, but as soon as I get some time, I will actually use mine. So
get it done. Yeah, you're too busy playing with power tools every week. We see you. Get the stove out. It's a cool little gadget thing. I just don't know how gimmicky it is. Maybe somebody in the chat has one and could let us know as well. That'd be cool.
I've always been put off by it.
I just found your stainless one from Vivor here for $71.90 American.
Excellent. Vivor are good. I got the gravity filter from Vivor. They're actually quite good.
Oh, there's the same one you just showed us, $95. So probably about the same as what you paid quid wise and on your one you bought.
See the thing with the message as well. Somebody the battery powered air fryer. Air fryers. I use an air fryer a lot in the house, and they put out a lot of smell because they have like a vent at the back.
Isn't that a huge draw on power as well?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, it uses less than an oven does, a conventional oven, because it's a smaller area that you're heating. But I wouldn't say that was a good option for what we're talking about, because they do give off quite a lot of noise, energy, and there is a smell to them still.
Yeah.
They actually have a vent at the back. It blows
You've just
out.
Not cleaned yours, Alan. Let's be honest. You've just not cleaned it.
Dude, nobody can be bothered cleaning them. I wait until the fat's about this deep, then I clean it.
That's when it becomes a regular fryer, then I change. Why does these chips taste like bacon? Well,
yeah.
Whoa, bacon where?
Everything in my house tastes like bacon because I use the same pan.
Same. Well, I used to. When I had my cast iron pan, it's like every time like my ex used to go to wash it, I was like, whoa. Don't be crazy. That oil, that fat has got at least another month in it. Don't touch that. Folding campable oven. Oh, I'm seeing all sorts now. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
On Amazon. I'm scrolling down, going. There's a lot of the folding flat stainless panels, but you can see they just leak air. And the little one is not truly a rocket stove, so to speak. Because once a rocket stove gets going, you don't have flames shooting out the top, depending on the rocket stove configuration.
No, but check this out. You can make bread in the apocalypse. Shadow.
Yeah.
Share me.
Show me.
Look at that.
That looks like a nice one.
Foldable camping oven with 3-tier grill, stainless steel for propane baking. There you
Oh,
go.
propane. That's not rocket, but yeah.
That's still a cool little stove.
I've got to admit, out of all of these options, I still think something like this is better because you're going to use less fuel, they're much lighter, and they're easier to transport, and
Hang
they
on.
have no moving parts.
No. He's
could
got
cook-
it on
I
top
could
of his
cook-
barbecue.
Uh,
That's how he's using this oven.
Well,
You could put this on top of your stove there, Alan, and bake bread.
Now I'm getting hungry. Oh, oh! Did I say that out loud? Oops.
Do I need to change my picture again to bacon?
Well,
Yeah, you should do that.
that's why I specifically chose this CR icon. That's why I specifically chose this. Oh,
No,
by the way, there is something I want to mention. I mentioned it earlier. What about like something like coffee, teas, right?
Coffee,
Right,
coffee's a
coffee
much
has a
stronger
smell.
smell than tea, though, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying in general. People say, "Oh, warm brew," let's say
He's done it as
winter or something like that. When coffee have, I mean,
So
to a certain degree, a smell.
I have instant coffee. As long as the water is like warm, it'll dissolve. Cold, it'll dissolve. It just leaves a weird film on top. If the water's, and I've done it, I ran out of gas. I wanted my coffee that bad. Yeah, I had some water that was just barely, is probably, I don't know, Fahrenheit wise, it's probably like 90 degrees, which I guess is about 30 something Celsius.
90 Fahrenheit is 32 Celsius.
Well, there you go. That was like
I
about
use-
30 Celsius. I literally said, I don't
That's
care. at this
86.
point. I put a couple spoonfuls of freeze dried coffee in my cup, added whatever water I had that had gotten to whatever temperature it did, stirred it up for about 5 minutes, and drank it. I didn't care. I needed the caffeine.
When I was camping with the Civil War, I made a cold cup of coffee. So I made the coffee up cold, so it was just like trying to stir it in with the milk and water. So it's all loads of floaty coffee, and then I literally had that enamel metal cup over a single candle and just let it get to at least warm enough to dissolve, and then I drank that.
Yep.
I mean, it's fine. It's not going to kill you, right?
that's like trying to make tea in the microwave. You ever done that? I don't recommend it.
No, don't do that.
No.
Somebody told me that that's what they do. One of our American cousins said that's what they do. I said, no wonder, no wonder you threw it overboard at Boston.
Yeah,
You
they
don't deserve
throw
it.
their cup of water in the microwave to get it hot. If you get it too hot, it's not actually boiling, like physically boiling, but it's boiling. You drop that tea bag in, it'll foam all over the place.
Oh, it's just wrong.
It gives the air bubbles, whatever, a place to leave from. Yeah, that's why things explode in the microwave, not because they were flammable, because it boiled over, got so hot, it vaporized before it boiled.
Oh, the steam.
Yeah.
Alan, these are the same people that put the milk in before the hot water. This is just not right.
I do that. I put my cream
No.
and sugar in the bottom of the cup, and I dump my coffee on top of it.
So coffee, it's the right way to do it, right? Because if you don't, boiling water straight on the coffee, it's kind of scorches it kind of thing. Whereas with tea, you've got to have the tea bag and the hot water in for it to proper emit out of the tea bag. The milk stops it doing that.
I used to yell at my mom. She'd throw her tea bag in the cup. She would pour milk in and pour her hot water. And I'm like, you do know you just coated all the tea leaves with a fat and it's not coming. It sort of tasted like tea. But if I took that same tea bag and just did it with hot water and then added the milk later, it's a much stronger flavor. I'm like, because you just coated it with oil.
They used to add the milk first, that I heard, because fine China was quite brittle, quite fragile. And by adding a little bit of milk, cold milk at the bottom, it prevented it from cracking when you added hot water.
Maybe
that's where that originally came from.
If you have China that's that fine and that old, you didn't have a refrigerator for cold milk, so there is that.
It's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Yeah,
then add milk afterwards if you want it. Or I have Earl Grey as well, so I don't have milk at all in that.
When I drink tea, I just throw a little honey in it and call it a day.
I add milk to my Earl Grey, so
You are.
I add milk to my Earl Grey. I'm one of those people.
Milk in Earl Grey.
Yep, I'll leave the tea bag in. That's the only tea that I'll leave the tea bag in.
There is a special corner of hell reserved for people like you, Alan. Special corner just for you. Shocking.
I have something else I want to mention. Like, I know Mark was saying about like the lids and stuff like that, right? Not concealing, but kind of holding back those smells from dissipating, right? That's what you said, right? If you
Yeah.
put a you'll reduce it, right? Because it seals it, right? A little bit more. It doesn't kind of shoot out into the wind.
No, that's why when you take the lid off a pot of boiling water, it has condensation up in the lid. Because it's condensing air and dripping back in, so you don't lose as much water, which means, AKA, you don't lose as much smell.
So, like I said earlier, so let's just say from Shadow's point of view, an apartment, right? I know Kaylin lives in an apartment too. Not all of us live in a house or whatever, or on a homestead, right? So,
I live in a castle. Everybody in Scotland lives in a castle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you guys?
Okay, some
you
people
guys?
live in a castle.
And they all carry swords.
Don't let him fool you. It's usually a 2-bedroom pebble-dashed castle if it's in Scotland.
Yeah, they all have swords and bagpipes. Yeah.
I thought it was just called a flat.
Anyway, your point.
Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, Shadow's in an apartment, right? He's got to cook because he has to, because for whatever the reason is, right? So you guys were saying like going, like I'm just imagining if you're really trying to like keep it down, right? So if you would say you have to open said lid, because obviously you get let's say the food out, let's say coffee or whatever, right? Would it be more beneficial if you did it in a spot that can contain the smells? Where let's just say like an open closet, like an open closet
with no ventilation. Yeah, it would actually be, especially if you have like towels and stuff in there, it'll absorb.
Just kind of so it keeps it in there instead, so it doesn't dissipate throughout the rest of the room. Like obviously you're not gonna like open your lid by the doorway or whatever, right?
It depends. It depends on what you're cooking. Like I said, if you need to brown if you're making stew and you always threw your heated your olive oil and threw in your beef and your onions and browned it, well, guess where all the smell's coming from at that point?
It's coming. Well, I would make stew. It's coming from the 13 cans of Guinness he just threw in there.
Well, like even with the soups and stews, right? Like, would it be more beneficial to like, if you're gonna like actually have it and you're trying to control the smell, you're operating scared.
Throw everything in a pot, fill it up with water, turn the heat on. You're not going to brown anything, so the only thing coming out is going to be very little of the oils, which don't turn to vapor like water does, but the oils will carry in the vapor. So you bring it up to a simmer, not a rolling boil. You just need to get it hot, above temperature to kill whatever, 180 or 160 Fahrenheit, which whatever you do the math, CR. And
what he said.
Yeah. Anyway, get it up above 160, 165 Fahrenheit. It's not even simmering at that point, but get it up to just a gentle simmer where you see the little wisps of steam coming off the top.
So maybe about 60 Celsius.
Sure, and then cover it with a lid and just let it stay at that temperature. You will cook your food. Your carrots and veggies will soften up.
It's like pasteurization, right?
Sure, and then you won't. Okay. But you won't be giving off all because when you boil something that has fat in it, the little fat globules or molecules are sticking. They don't rise up. They only rise up because they're stuck to the water molecules that are evaporating and steaming and going up. So that's why, kitchen like home kitchens. People who cook a lot of fatty stuff and their vent blows inside, not outside. That's why on top of your cabinets is always like you always get like a sticky residue and you have to clean it all the time.
Yeah.
The range.
Yeah, because that's the oil, not the water, not the food. That's the oil, and the oil carries the odor.
Yeah.
So does the steam, but the oil is going to carry it more and have a whole different smell to it. So
so soups
feel like if I was boiling a protein that's somewhere that Gordon Ramsay would be crying.
Oh my God! Yeah.
So basically, you're saying that soups and stews would be ideal, right?
That would be your more ideal thing. Yeah. Gordon Ramsay.
Well, and not only that, you would release all the stuff in it. Let's say like a broth or something like that, right?
Right. And like I said, Gordon Ramsay would be pissed because I'm going to throw that Wagyu steak in a pot of water.
Oh,
well, see where you cook this in the house. That might make a difference as well, because the more barriers you put in the way of these molecules, the better. So the kitchen might not actually be the ideal place to cook. It might be if you've got a basement, that would be ideal. If you live,
but you gotta worry about ventilation, though, right?
Well, the less ventilation, the better.
Yeah, I mean, Well, I mean, because if you're cooking something with fuel, right, that's burning.
Well,
say,
yeah.
right?
I mean, if you're
I mean,
using
that's the trade-off, right? It's just
Uh,
like, well, you don't want to have some CO either, right? I mean, like,
if you're using some sort of unconventional indoor fuel, then yeah, you're going to need some sort of ventilation that way. But if you're just talking about using, your cooker basically to cook with, rather than cooking in the kitchen, if you can get into a basement or a stairwell or a hallway
Diana,
or a
good to
small
see you.
bathroom or
Yeah.
seal up a bedroom, then yeah, that would be the best place to do it. Because remember, you're
some
not
place that has more places for your odors to hit and absorb into, whether it be wood in your basement or clothing or whatever, before it has a chance to leave out into the environment to travel.
Yeah.
okay,
I mean,
gotta.
this is why kitchens are relatively sterile and hard surfaces. It's not just because they're easy to clean; it's because they don't hold any scent. If you were cooking your dinner in your bedroom all the time,
Hey, Nicole,
eventually
good to
your
see you, man.
blankets and your clothes would stink of food because
Like
it's
commercial kitchens that have tile and stainless steel.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Anyone who works in fast food knows that, because no matter how many times you wash that uniform, after a while, it still smells like McDonald's or
French fries. Yeah, oils are the worst. Yeah.
So can I add something real quick? So if you're cooking, right? So the smell may get on your clothes, right? Would it be more beneficial to only have clothes to cook with? So let's say if you have to go into a food line and something like water or whatever, you don't smell like food.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like that, right? I'm
naked.
just thinking like that, right? Like people might, hey, how come you smell like bacon, Mark? What you been having, right? I'm just thinking like that.
That's left over from before the apocalypse. It'll always be there. I'll be known as bacon guy.
It would depend on the scenario, because I mean, I'm kind of part of me's thinking, if we're like half enslaved and you're working down a mine or something, then yeah, you've got a secret stash of bacon somewhere. You don't want the fellow mine workers to smell the bacon.
Where's this bacon? Where's this bacon? Everyone talks
But
about.
I mean, there is in survival another concept here around if you're cooking certain foods that you should. Bears, for example, don't tend to attack people because they smell you cooking food, because usually people cook food with gas or a fire, and bears are actually relatively wary of that. Bears are attracted to the scent of food that's usually left in containers or residue in packets, or it's on clothing.
So you're spilled all over the ground.
You're eating your soup and you spill it down your t-shirt and you think, whatever, and then you clean your pot because you're being disciplined about hygiene and stuff like that. But that tiny little bit of scent that you've now got on your t-shirt, that's what the bear smells.
So what Alan's saying is, eat naked next to a stream, take a bath when you're done, wash your pots, get out, dry off, put your clothes back on.
Yeah, we're starting it. We're starting.
You can try that first.
Nudist
you can try that first.
You
can try. You can start that trend. You can.
I could get to the point. If I was extremely concerned about bears, for example, I'll just use bears as because they've got fantastic sense of smell. If you were so concerned about them because there was a lot of them, you have to treat food like it's radioactive. I mean, you literally have to do everything so it's like contamination. You have to have like contaminated sort of
including your clothing.
Including your clothing. You have to be super forensic about it. Cooking away from your camp, making sure that the hygiene's pristine.
You're eating a burger standing up and a blob of ketchup or something falls on your boot and you don't see it, or you wipe it on the back of your pants or something because, I want to keep my boot clean. Well, you still smell like ketchup. And all your stuff's been sterilized, put away. Now your pants and your boots.
I'll use an apron or a bibby.
I've read accounts before of bears smashing their way into log cabins before because it could smell toothpaste that somebody has left behind. And the bear has destroyed a cabin in order to get into it, just to get a tube of toothpaste.
Yeah, but did you see the bear's teeth after he got it? They were beautiful.
Look at those pearly whites.
Yeah, the better to bite you with.
I mean, that's you see a lot of that on that Alone series, what they filmed in Alaska. The bears always come around the camps because they've just got shit hygiene when it comes to, I'm just going to hang all this fish on this line and let it dry overnight.
Yeah, well, people get lazy about it. It's actually quite hard to keep good camp hygiene, and eventually, I mean, that's one of the main reasons why you have to change camp location every so often, because eventually, if you stay in one place, just your scent of you as a human being will eventually get to the point where you've saturated that area and vermin start coming in, and then the smell of the vermin becomes attractive to other animals. And it's the whole thing. It's like, you leave a scent which attracts the mouse. The mice become more abundant and they attract the fox. The fox becomes more, hangs around, and that attracts the bloody bear, and so on and so on. That's why eventually you have to.
That attracts a load of rich English guys on horses in red coats, and they come riding through.
Oh, now there's a raccoon coming around,
blowing their horn.
That's it. Ah! Sorry.
That was fun.
Nudist
It's sad that we
Pepper,
can all
hey, Mike,
follow
that
along
could
with
be a
that
new
line of
channel
thought.
for you.
You guys can start that first.
It's scary that we all followed along with that line of thought with that.
No, just you guys. Bear in mind, I did not follow along with that.
So you have no idea what we're talking about. You
if
live
my
in
job
Canada,
goes-
that's why.
If my job goes south purple, I might give it a try. So stay tuned.
I think I'd unsub, to be honest.
Let's hope that
I'll do it on a different
That's not
channel. You'd have to
good.
physically go and subscribe if you wanted naked Mike. This is clothed Mike.
Mike's going to name his channel to the nudist urban prepper.
That's it. That's it. Arrested after day one.
Everybody's going to come out looking to see if you're going to get naked, but you
Probably,
never
yeah.
will. Like, why do you call it that?
I knew my first video shouldn't have been a supermarket shop.
Oh, we're definitely milking this part now. I do actually have a legit question. I was just kind of thinking, right? For example, right? Like people, like let's say Siberia, here in Canada, it'd be up north, right? There, people have cooked in, let's say, like a winter type of shelter, like let's say Quincy or an igloo, right? How well would that hold back the smell?
An igloo?
No, I'm just saying, like, there's polar bears, right? Like, like, I'm just kind of thinking, like,
I don't
out loud,
think
right?
you can continue to think that. Maybe answer yourself. I have no idea, because
I don't know
I'm
either.
never going to be stuck in the Arctic Circle in an igloo trying to cook seal that I just harvested.
I know
about
they
a polar
usually
bear
have it
coming
raw,
to take me
but,
out.
I mean,
This is one of those moments where snap to 3 months time, Mark's in an igloo in the Arctic Circle going, how the fuck?
Damn it! What did CR say about this again?
It's a good point in a way.
I'm just thinking out loud.
We know if it's a hot day, right, and you take a dump outside, that's going to smell very bad because it's being baked.
Where did that come
right?
from? Where'd that come from, dude?
Does the temperature affect how much the smell travels? If it's really cold, is it going to travel less?
Yes,
It should, because the moisture, the water vapor, whatever you want to call it, moisture vapor, is going to freeze. It's not going to rise. It'd have to be really, really hot for it to even leave a certain altitude, and then it would probably freeze there and just dissipate back down again, and then don't eat the brown snow.
yeah.
Oh, okay. So I should be cooking minus 22, minus 30. Okay.
Cold still air. Cold still air holds, because it's still, it holds scent for longer. Whereas warmed
in a concentrated area.
Well, warm air is turbulent air. So when you heat air up, it becomes turbulent and moves around, which is why, it's even the ground, the firmability, and like say, things rise and stuff like that. So it moves scent around easier that way. The weird thing about I don't know about igloos specifically, but an igloo would hold scent more than not having an igloo. So if you were
but the scent probably wouldn't travel. It would get frozen into the ice crystals and wouldn't really travel much unless it's slowly melted, but it's going to refreeze in the Arctic. So
I think it would linger around in that one area, yeah. Because, I mean, snow is actually a very good insulator. And the weird thing is, just randomly, slightly on topic, an igloo, the way they actually used to heat igloos on the inside is they would have like a long piece of metal, kind of like...
with seal fat, right?
Kind of like that, yeah. And they would put seal fat along the side of it, and they would light it in different places, and it would just slowly burn like a giant candle, and that would actually hold the heat inside the igloo incredibly well.
because it's well insulated, even though it's frozen ice or frozen snow or whatever it is.
So
Yeah, igloos are very, very well. I mean, that's why they sleep well in there. They just throw a blanket down on the ground so you're not melting into the snow and losing
Well,
your
I mean, there's
mass.
that layer of ice on the inside, right? But the
Yeah.
more outer surfaces are kind of a lot of air, right? Because that's why they have to specifically choose the right snow pack.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have to bug out, if you get caught in like a blizzard snow and it's deep enough where you have to dig yourself into a cave, make your own snow cave. That is obviously not going to collapse on you, and make it big enough so you can cook in there. And you're going to get the air is going to come in because of the flame or whatever you're cooking with is going to need the oxygen, so it's going to draw it in. It'll keep you insulated. You might get a little bit of odor leaving the single hole, or just pop a hole in the top of it as a vent.
A snow cave, you do. A snow cave actually has to have a vent at the top.
Yeah.
I've actually made snow caves before. You have to put a vent in them because you suffocate. You
need air circulation still.
You'll give yourself carbon monoxide poisoning.
Right.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because let's say I live here in Canada with winters, right? Let's just say if it was this kind of scenario in winter, right? And let's just say, I don't want to cook in sun. I don't want to deal with the seal or whatever. If I made, let's say, a quinzhee, because obviously I'm not making an igloo, right? And I actually did like that. Would it be more beneficial?
I think if you had enough snow in your garden, for example, and you were concerned about scent, you would reduce the scent by building yourself some sort of snow wall or giant sort of igloo.
Okay.
And then cooking the food in there. I mean, I don't know if it would be a huge difference, to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
I've never heard about it. I'm just thinking out loud, right? I'm like, as people cook in an igloo. I mean,
you would actually be better off digging down if you could get deep enough. There is actually a phenomenon called a cold sink in survival.
Yeah.
Where usually on the side of hilltop. So if you get a hilltop that kind of like goes up and then it dips down like this, the cold air will actually sink down into that area and it will cause something called like a cold well or a cold sink. That's actually
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, it's a terrible place to find yourself stuck or camp. It looks like the perfect place to camp. It's actually the worst place to camp. But
because you'd think it would block you from the wind shear, right?
Yeah. You're actually better off. You would actually be warmer up on the hill than you would be down in the
providing you're not casting silhouette.
Well, it depends.
I mean, usually they choose the middle ground, right? Because if I'm uphill, the ridge line or whatever will cast a silhouette. If I'm too down low, they'll have a cold well, right? So
it depends what you're trying to avoid here. Are you trying?
Of course. I mean, we're
specifically
talking
warm?
about smells.
So smells will also be captured in that cold well because the cold air will sink into that, but so will scent, because the scent, like we've been talking about, is carried on the air. Now the air will fall into that cold well and sink down there, and it will pull down all of the molecules with it. So that will be a smelly cold well, if you like, as opposed to the high on the hill. But logically, you would think, I mean, some people would think, wait a minute, won't the air travel up somehow and therefore the smell sort of drift upwards? In that case, no, it wouldn't if it was cold. But if the sun was to go on it and heat that area up, then that causes the molecules, the air molecules, to move around along with the scent molecules, and then they would radiate in different directions.
Well, clearly I need to try this out randomly. With a barbecue in a quinzhee and see if people can smell it. Clearly I need to try this out.
Because of this topic, and I've found that little goes on top of a fire oven, I've now got a new way to cook my fray bentos in SHTF, which I'm going to try. So I'm going to get one of those ordered, and I'm going to test one.
Yeah, nice.
That's awesome.
A cast iron pot works as an oven as well. You just
put it.
That's what I did last time on the gas stove. I did a video with it on the gas stove, and it did all right. It just didn't crisp it as much as you would in a normal oven.
I've made loaves of bread in a Dutch oven in a fire.
Yeah, I've made loaves of bread in billy cans, which are basically the size of this.
There you go.
It can be done very easily.
I quite like doing just when I'm camping, I'll do just like a flatbread in the frying pan kind of thing.
Yeah. Just flour, water, and a little bit of yeast and warm water.
Don't even
Mix
need the yeast. Just a little bit of salt, and you can. It's edible. It's bread.
Yeah. Flour and water.
That's true flatbreads, matzah.
Yeah.
Better if you had yeast, though.
I'm totally eating it.
Or at least some baking powder.
Yeah, I'm totally eating after this stream. Oh, I'm pretty sure we'll all be eating after this stream.
I tell you what, a flatbread like that with a little bit of yeast, a little bit of salt, and then you make it into a flat thing like that. Cook it in a little bit of shallow fried olive oil, and then put some sliced lamb on it with a little bit of garlic sauce. That's an amazing kebab right there.
We're talking about survival, and he just turned into bloody Gordon Ramsay. What's going on?
I was thinking about this the other day.
He found a lamb and a bag of flour, and he has a stove. He has some water, and I'm not going to say where he got the yeast from.
Found a lamb. It's like, oh, it's cute. It's not going to be soon. Oh,
the cuter they are, the more delicious they are. That's the general rule.
Oh, that one looks really innocent. Let's get that one.
Well, I might as well just start cooking now.
That's probably the seediest sentence I've said on a live stream. Oh dear.
Vanessa says, I have clay bread pans and such too. Soak in water, then add your dough.
The other one, has anyone tried the burying something? Because you can bury stuff under the coals of a fire, right? And use that
the fire itself.
Yeah,
like the fire itself.
I made cakes like that. Yeah, you get the whole fire going, just dig it out and put your pot in there and cover it back up again and let her go.
Have you done that?
I did that on Boy Scout camping trips. We had it was a 2-week trip, and nobody wanted to eat. We didn't want the pancakes in the morning. The pancake mix. We had pancakes, muffin mix, all kinds of mixes for making some kind of baked good. And we got to the second of the last night, and they all look at me. I'm like, fine. So I was making like pancakes for everybody, and we had a Dutch oven. I'm like, what the hell? So I made some kind of. It was good. It was a mix of all the pancakes, strawberry pancakes, blueberry, all the dry mixes. Just added some water, threw it in the Dutch oven, and covered it up, buried it in the fire, and let it go for like an hour or so. Pulled it out, and we were just all gathered around eating whatever flavor cake it was. We called it a cake. It was like a muffin cake, something. We just used it up. Didn't care about the odors and stuff. Then we all stunk after 2 weeks, but yeah.
Love that.
A ground oven's a really good way of cooking a large, like a large piece of meat. I've actually cooked a leg of lamb, funnily enough, and I've cooked a deer, half a deer, pretty much, in a ground oven before. The way we did it was we dug a relatively a hole about a foot deep, and then we built quite a big fire, and we piled a pile of rocks on there near the coast that we were at. You wait until the rocks are really hot, and then you sort of like push the rocks into the hole, and then you just get the leg of lamb or whatever it is you've got and put it right on top of those hot rocks, and then pile some more rocks on top of that. And then what you want to do is get some moss or something, put the moss over the top, a few sticks over the top of that, some more moss over that, and then bury the whole thing with the remaining soil or sand or whatever. And then if you want, you can actually put a stick down the middle, make a little hole, pour a little bit of water in there, and then cover it back up, and that'll cause like a bit of steam to react in there as well. Leave that about 4 hours, come back, roll it all back, dig it out, and the heat will like hit you in the face, and so will the smell actually, so it does contain the smell in there, and it's an amazing way of cooking. You can cook. I've never did this, but you can cook an entire. I've heard of
the pigs or hog.
Oh yeah,
yeah. No, a bit bigger than that. It's what do you call it? A camel. Camels get cooked this way in the Middle East. Whole camels. Whole camels.
They do that. They have stuff here. That's why they call it pit barbecue. A true pit barbecue is, the fire departments around here do it every 2 years. They dig a big hole, and for 2 days, they just got a bonfire going in the hole.
Yeah.
And they let the coals cook down. They just keep adding more logs and wood to it until it's just a smoldering pile, but it's super hot. They will throw a little bit of dirt on top of it, all their meats, and they use like whole rounds of beef, whole half pigs, whatever, but they're like quadruple wrapped in foil, and they lay them all in on top, and then they actually use their fire. They have these giant fire blankets that they lay on top of that and cover it with dirt.
Yeah,
and it goes for 24 hours.
they do it on the islands. They do it on islands.
Yeah,
and
they,
stuff
they,
as
they
well.
undo the dirt, pull the tarp off of it, and just start pulling. That's why you quadruple wrap it in case any dirt gets on it. Blow the dirt off it and start unwrapping them. And oh yeah, that stuff is just falling apart and it's seasoned. I mean, they have thousands of people lined up when they're doing a pit barbecue at some of these fire departments. Oh, these people are lined up for 15 hours before. It's like Black Friday. They're just
I might as well start lining up right now.
There you go.
I'm assuming the dog's with you, Mark, and that's not your stomach growling at us during these conversations.
Sorry, that was
That's
me.
CR,
That was
not
me.
me. My dog is inside. And
No,
the only thing you'll hear is maybe a bird.
That's me, Mike. Sorry,
All
my
right,
bad.
okay.
That's me. My bad.
You
My
do
bad.
that with
It's this
seafood,
conversation.
too. You do a seafood bake if you're near the ocean and you got a lot. You can get fish and stuff, and there's seaweed around. Yeah, you get a big fire going, and you just start piling the seaweed on, start throwing your fish, lobster, and stuff in the seaweed covered up.
Yeah, I've heard
and
about
it steams
that.
it with the seaweed. Oh, seafood bakes are really good.
I've seen something like that on a survival show where they wrapped the fish in like palm leaves and did it that way.
It was probably Raymir's, right?
I'm not sure what it was. I think it was just like a desert island thing, but
banana leaves are quite good. You can use banana leaves.
Yeah. I've heard about that too before.
The strange thing is, like anybody who looks this method up, see if you look in survival books, they'll actually tell you to lay sticks across a hole and then pile all the rocks on top of the sticks and then build the fire on top of that, and then the rocks will fall between the sticks into the hole. I tried that when I was very young. Well, like I was 15 or 16 years old when I first tried this. It didn't work. It was a pain in the arse. That's why I build the fire beside it or in it and push the rocks in. It's just easier.
So
I don't know why.
Rocks.
I genuinely, rocks explode sometimes.
Yeah.
Wet
rocks explode.
The only reason I mention it is because I weirdly think it's one of those things where somebody thought it was a good idea, wrote it in a survival book, and then every other survival book copied it, but they've never tried it.
Like,
it doesn't
work.
You mean like all the AI YouTube channels now?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like the most inefficient way of doing it. The easier way is just build a fire beside it and do it that way. Well, hey, maybe I was just doing it wrong.
I love that. Somebody wrote it in a book and everyone just copied it. Nobody's tested it.
You'd be amazed how many survival books are just duplicates of each other. And most survival books are actually duplicates of American Air Force survival books. Yeah. They're actually just copies of each other or copies of the SES survival handbook.
Yeah. You can go through a lot of the books I've got and a lot of them point straight back to Lofty's stuff.
Yeah. A lot of his stuff, by the way, wasn't original. He's great, but a lot of that was also kind of taken from various other manuals.
I think the difference with him though is he's tested every single one of them. He's not just took the manuals and wrote it. He's gone out and like this works, this doesn't work kind of thing.
Yeah. He put it into practice.
Good man.
He was famous for that.
Good man, Sia. There you go.
I'm actually going to take a look at this right now and see what they say about it. We're talking about this, right? I should take a look and see what
the technique we're talking about is in that book. It'll be in
okay.
I guarantee it.
It's
been a long time since I thumbed my way through that book, but I actually read that cover to cover when I was a kid, and
it was the first book I owned that was my book as a kid. None of this C-Spot Run, none of this crap. I had that guide and thought, right, I'm going to go out in the forest. I'm going to catch squirrels. Okay, this is what I'm going to do.
I was talking to somebody yesterday about books on the Discord, and we were talking about that book. I've actually got about 3 different copies of that book because I've got the original 1986 copy, which was my first book. Then I got the updated version, which came out in 2006. And then I was at the Bushcraft show, and I actually met John Lofty Wiseman. And of course, I wanted my book to be signed, so I get a picture next to him. So I bought another book, just so he could sign it. So I've got 3 of his books now, But...
I've got 3, but not for that reason. I've got a big one that I can just read. It's easy. It's in the print. But I've got 2 of the pocket-sized ones. One lives in the bug-out bag kind of thing, and one lives in the car. So I've always got one somewhere.
Yeah, it's effectively the Bible of survivalists, wilderness survivalists, that book, and it still is kind of, I suppose.
It's my childhood. So that book was my childhood.
Yeah, me too.
Before this generation just got glued to screens.
Alan, you were talking about like cooking in ground or underground, right? I was just
Yeah.
reading this real quick. It has this section about cooking in clay, so I guess that would be more or less the same.
It's a different method, though. I mean, you can use.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, clay, you can wrap things in clay because the good thing about clay is you can throw it straight onto an open fire and cook it that way. Funnily enough, do you know what's a good thing to cook in clay, which I don't entirely recommend because they're kind of, protected nowadays? Hedgehogs. But if you put a hedgehog inside clay, basically a clay pot, wet clay, wrap the whole thing in it and throw that entirely on the fire, when you smash it open, all the pines and everything will come off it and you'll be left with good, nutritious hedgehog.
I wouldn't suggest taking.
Try this at home.
Don't try this at home. I wouldn't suggest taking, like, if you find that next to a stream an area that's like clay, I wouldn't suggest packing your raw food directly against the clay and throwing it in the fire. That's a bad idea.
No, and you get some clays are actually not at all.
No, not good for cooking. They have lead in it and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of. And if it's along a stream, it's probably got all kinds of things absorbed into it.
Yeah, make sure it's good quality clay if you're going down that route.
So you have to do your research and
what you're looking for, CR. What you're looking for in that book will just be called a ground oven.
Oh, okay.
Just look.
Like I just browsed a few of the section real quick on the cooking section. I was just like, oh, okay, what about that?
The picture in the book will actually show you a deer in the hole. I'm sure of it. I'm from memory. I'm sure that's what it shows.
All right, I'm quoting you on that, Ellen.
And I know when I was digging the pilings for my cabin, we got down about 18 inches and it was almost white clay. And I know it's there, and there's a huge layer of it under the ground at my cabin. And I'd love to get some of that out of there and send it somewhere to get it tested. Say, what is it? What's in it? What is it? And see if it comes back. It's like, it's just clay. Okay, any toxins in there? No, it's good. Great. I'm gonna make a clay oven on my on the property. Like a pizza oven type clay oven, the dome type thing. Those are easy to build if you have the clay. You just make you can use a basket. Just take a really big basket you found at a sale, put it upside down as long as you can make a door on it and it's big enough to hold your food, cover it up with clay, let it dry, light a fire in it, burns the basket stuff out, and you're left with a clay oven. It's going to make a door for it.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. It's definitely a kebab topic.
Oh, it's definitely word I'm eating after the stream topic. Well, I mean,
you should eat after this stream.
Oh, I think some of us will. I mean, just me. Yeah, I'm glad you came up with this topic, Shadow. This is kind of it could be important, right? Not just in SHTF or whatever, but it could be because you're in an area that has wolves or bears, and you're just trying to stay low key.
Yeah, and if you live in an apartment, the smell travels to the neighbors really fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been at people's places or whatever. I'm like, they're not cooking, but I can smell someone grilling, not grilling, but cooking meat and stuff like that. I can notice.
Stays.
Yeah, so don't make a curry. Don't make a fresh curry during the apocalypse because smell travels and stays.
That smell never leaves. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cook with curry, your house will smell like curry forever.
I mean, you could also use the smell of food as a trap, or somebody with bad intentions could do that. I could actually see a scenario where you deliberately cook something slowly in a house because you want to lure somebody in there for whatever reason.
You could do that with the old realtors trick. So I don't know if you know about this, but when they're doing pie. Well, not that. You don't even have to do that. They just sprinkle flour onto a baking tray and put that in the oven and put it on a heat and then keep it on a low heat. And that smells like fresh baked bread when people are looking around the house, and it makes them feel more at home.
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard as well of restaurants that pump in the smell of coffee through.
Oh yeah.
It's artificial, but it's got a sort of barista sort of smell.
Sam's Club and all the big boxed food stores, They all did it. They still do it. Their bakery, their ventilation for the bakery blows it up front where you walk in the door.
Yeah.
So you walk in the door, all you smell is bakery.
I think that is on par. That is on par with bacon, because I used to live across the road, and then down a little street was the main Warburton's bakery in the northwest, and I used to live there, and it was a good 5-10 minute walk down to the actual bakery. But every morning I was at the back of the house and I could still smell it every single morning. That smell travels.
Oh, yeah.
I did. My wife's sitting right here. She's gonna remember this. I cooked off a whole bunch of roast beef, and I saved all the fat. But the fat was roast beef fat. I mean, it was in a cast iron pan. Poured all the fat into a mason jar. Put a wick in it. Lit it. It smelled like roast beef cooking in the house. It was awesome.
Nice. Sorry, I just got distracted there. USA, the casino pumps in O2 to keep you awake. Is that true?
Probably. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they give you free alcohol to make you not give a crap, and they probably pump in oxygen and whatever else you need to make you happy and keep you awake, so you keep betting money and losing it.
Pumping that money in.
That's it.
That's mad. It is, says USA. Yeah, underhanded. Oh yeah, the smell of doing bread, that would be a dangerous one. That smell definitely travels. I know that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And there's nothing. I could be completely stuffed, like couldn't eat another wafer thin mint, and the smell of baking bread makes me hungry again.
Oh, that's like me all the time.
You never get to the Mr. Creosote. It's only a wafer thin. Steamed hot dogs at Costco. I buy their hot dogs to use at home, says Vanessa. Nice.
Hey, Mike, my wife wants to know, do you have Costco over there?
Yeah.
Yes.
See?
Yes,
he's in England. Alan's in Scotland.
What about Sam's Club?
No Sam's Club, nothing like that. Literally no Walmarts. Walmart did attempt to, they purchased our version of Asda. And then at one point they tried this thing called Big W, which was like a giant Woolworths Asda type store. And it looked like a miniature version of a Walmart. And it flopped. It just didn't work. It was literally, it tried to rise at the time of Amazon rising. So UK people were just like, oh, we'll shop at home. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I mean, Walmart's obviously, it's not amazing to most US Americans, but when I went over there for the first time, I went to a Walmart in Texas, and the fact there was like doom buggies outside, and I could buy everything from toilet roll to a rifle inside.
Yeah, a rifle and a roll of toilet paper, clothing, needle thread, material.
I could have lived there. I could have moved in. I was like, why have we not got this at home?
I did the very same thing at a Walmart in Kansas, and I spoke to a guy and he's like, why are you so excited about being in Walmart? I was like, to us, this is pretty cool. He's like, just what us. It was the highlight of my holiday.
Yeah.
Walmart, yeah. We got Costco, BJ's, Sam's Club, Walmart, and probably a bunch of other really big chains. Yeah, Target. But the big club stores like Costco and BJ's and Sam's Club, those are the ones that pretty much corner the market on the big box club stores to buy, a case of beans in the
the wholesale, right?
So we've always got the big box stores because we've had like Bookers and wholesalers like Macro for a long time and stuff like that, which is like what all smaller retailers go to get their stuff. So you can, it was easy to join. You didn't have to be a retailer. So we've always had them. But I think Costco's the first one that's come over here and hasn't completely destroyed something American, right? Because that's what we do really well. It's like, oh, let's bring over McDonald's. Let's reduce the amount of meat in the burger. Let's really shrink them down. Let's make them proper shit. Or let's bring over Popeye's chicken. Let's change the recipe and make it horrible. Let's bring over everything they've done. They've brought even Oreos. Our double stuff is your single stuff. That is what Oreos are like over here.
Nice.
So it's everything is shrunk down.
You know why your Popeyes taste like crap over there? Because you guys don't allow the use of all the chemicals we do.
Yeah, Yeah, pretty much.
So yours actually probably tastes. If I had Popeyes over there, I'd be like, "This actually tastes like chicken."
I've had Popeyes in the States, and when I was so excited when I moved to my new house because there's a Popeyes around the corner, and I didn't even know it's in the UK at this point. So the first thing I did was still painting the house, and it's like the first meal's like, I'm going to Popeyes, and I got it, and I've never been as disappointed in my life, and I've not been back since.
That's because you had American Popeyes first.
Exactly. It ruined it for me. That's when you come back from the States and everyone's going, "Oh, KFC is the best thing ever in the UK." I'm like, no, KFC is toilet. It's crap. Popeyes is great.
Popeye the Sailor Man.
I have one up the street from me. There's always a line around the block and blocking traffic to get in there. I've been there, I think, twice in my life. Not at this one, at one other one. I was hungry. It was the only thing around. I'm like, fine. I had to get chicken strips or something. I'm like, sure, it's just fried chicken, whatever.
It's just this country just seems to reduce everything. I mean, it's not even like a States thing. When I've been to Europe, every place I've been to in Europe, I've tried the fast food. I know I'm a terrible tourist, but I've been to like McDonald's in France, in Spain, in Italy, and every single one of them is better than what we've got here. It's terrible. I know it's probably for our health, but if you look around the UK, the average city, we're not that healthy. It's not working.
I had McDonald's in Munich, Germany back in the 80s, and it tasted pretty much just like over here. Now, it probably tastes better if they still have McDonald's in Germany. But because we put so much garbage in our food here, and over there they don't. They're not allowed to. It's banned. But over here we do. So I could buy a plain burger at McDonald's with no ketchup, no mustard, just a bun and a burger, maybe a piece of cheese on it. And I could literally open a wrapper, put it on my countertop, and leave it there for 10 years. The bun will still be soft, the burger will still be pliable, and there won't be a bug anywhere near it.
That's when you know it's good stuff.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't have a shelf life, it has a half-life.
It's off topic, but when I was over there, the best argument I ever had was one of the American lads that was with us while we were in the States. We went into this restaurant and he ordered this supersize Coke and it was free refills. And I ordered a small, and trying to explain to him that I could have as much Coke as he could, he didn't get, because we're sat inside. So we weren't taking it out with us.
That's a problem. And people don't realize that. It's like, yeah, give me a kid cup. How much is a kid cup? 30 cents. Great. I'll take a kid cup. I'm just going to sit down next to the soda machine if I really want that much soda.
Exactly. You get the same over here. I'll tell you one thing that did come over and did it really well, transitioned really well, was Five Guys. Five Guys make everything the same way as the States, and they use local ingredients for the fries. They don't skimp on it. You still, if you order one portion of fries from Five Guys, the fries that are loose in the bag, you could feed an army with. So that's the only thing that's come over that's not spoiled. Yeah.
Now you get the cup of fries, and they have another little cup next to it. They dump on top. That's it. That's all you get.
Here they still overload. So it's great.
10 years ago, a Five Guys meal around here, if I got just the double burger with whatever toppings I wanted, maybe bacon and cheese, bacon, and then the fries and the soda was like $12. Now it's like 26. Most of the Five Guys in my area have closed because nobody can afford to go there.
It's not cheap here. I mean, I think it's about 12 to 14 pounds for a standard burger and one fries, maybe, or just the burger is about 12 pounds, I think, which is about what, $16, $17.
I think McDonald's is still the cheapest fast food.
Yeah, but it's most disgusting. But anyway,
it's McDonald's. The one thing McDonald's has done right over here, it's the only restaurant that doesn't change their prices on our motorways or highways, as it were. Every other restaurant inflates them massively. They keep the same price. That's the only thing they've done right. But it's still terrible food. Don't eat there.
There's a lot of European stuff in the States now anyway. It's all Lidl's and Aldi's and Ikeas and stuff over there now, I think, as well.
I got a little right up the street. I just literally came back from there buying what I need for the day, week. And,
do you have the same thing in your Lidl's where the center aisle is some random crap?
Oh, yeah. We call it the walk of shame. You literally go in. Oh, dude, don't get me wrong. I've gotten some really good stuff there. They have some of their cooking stuff, like their cast iron. I have a lot of it, and I give it away. All my friends are like, "This is great. How much was it?" I'm like, $12. They're like, "Are you kidding me?" I'm like, "No, it's enamel, but it's good stuff. I keep it out at the cabin. I literally throw my sausage, peppers, and onions in a little tiny Dutch oven. I mean, things like maybe a liter, and I just throw it on the fire on my grate, and just let it cook for an hour or so, and it's perfect. And it cleans right up, and yeah, I don't care. It's cast iron.
So dangerous though. I went in for milk the other day. She waited in the car, and I came out with like 2 bags full of random stuff. Like, oh, look at these seed trays I've got for the garden, and this and that. And it's like,
I've done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, prices are good on a lot of stuff. I mean, let's say I buy most of I know where to go. There's like 2 stores I go to every Saturday. One is like an Amish Mennonite market. They usually have the things I'm going there for, lettuces and stuff, and it's cheap. Lidl has the other stuff, my cheese, my milk, my half and half, whatever, and it's cheap. So I go to those 2 places. They're both in one line. So I go to the far one, come to Lidl, and then go home.
Isn't your kayak a center aisle jobby, Alan? One of your kayaks is a center aisle thing, isn't it? Like an Aldi or a Lidl?
I've got an inflatable kayak. None those ones behind me, they were proper ones, but
yeah,
I've got an inflatable kayak that I bought from Lidl years ago, and I did a video about it on my channel. And every single year when Lidl put them back on the shelves, I get a boost from that video. It's one of my best performing videos, just because every year everybody sort of looks up to see, is that any good? And I totally abused it as well.
Hey, Alan, you got to have one of those scan barcode, whatever those QR codes. Have one made up that links direct to your video, and next time you go to Lidl when they have the kayaks, put a sticker on every one of them.
I will. I tell you what, Lidl should sponsor me, because I must have sold them a lot of kayaks by now.
Probably.
So I got something to say, by the way.
Oh, not you. CR, something to say?
Oh yes, okay. I got something to say.
Right.
Okay. All I have to say is I feel like I'm getting dehydrated here. You know why?
You eating freeze-dried food?
No, because I'm drinking so much, I'm getting dehydrated. That's why. With all this food talk, I'm just drooling like all
Get yourself
over
a beer.
now.
Like me.
You need to recycle.
I feel dehydrated now.
Put a plastic bib on it with a little catch pan on it, and just drink it again.
Talking about scent and stuff as well, we're just focusing entirely on food, the camp kitchen type stuff, but soaps and deodorants and
that's
you'd have to conceal all of that stuff as well.
Yeah, because eventually you may have to clean something, right? Like I know there's like disposable plates and all that stuff, but I mean, like, still, what about the pots, right? The pans. Stuff like that.
What's the stronger smell though, soap or BO? I could smell BO if they get on the train 2 carriages ahead of me.
Yeah, but I think in an SHTF situation, the BO would probably be more in keeping with the surroundings, because it would blend in. Yeah, it's more trendy. Yeah, whereas if you were walking around literally smelling like a daffodil, people are thinking, what's going on here?
Get it now, Alan's smell of the apocalypse. 2 squirts and they won't come near you.
It's great to be a gray man.
Gray man aftershave. It's a good name. See, it's a good name.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll look it up.
Old Spice, it's old shite.
No, but that's a good point, Alan. I mean, because like eventually you'll probably have to use it in time, I guess, right? Soaps, right? For hygiene purposes and all that stuff, right?
Oh,
so, like, I know we're talking about the food, but like, oh, how come Mike smells all minty? Oh, it's toothpaste.
Yeah, you can get some natural soaps and stuff as well, or things that are a little bit more natural smelling anyway. You can get pine tar soap and stuff like that, which you can clean your clothes with and things, to try and conceal your scent a little bit.
Yeah.
Wool.
Yeah, wool helps. I know it's not.
I had a Civil War uniform for 7 years, and it never got washed. So the shirt, the cotton shirt underneath, that got washed and stuff like that. But the wool trousers, the jacket, the kepi, none of that ever saw a washing machine in its life. And it didn't stink. It smelled like campfire, but that's about it. We should all walk around in Civil War uniforms. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, wool's really good. It's got lots of other properties as well. Actually, do you know wool, when it gets wet, actually gives off heat? Actually produces heat.
I've heard about that. It's I mean, it's to a certain degree. Yeah, I did hear about that once.
What does wool produce when it gets wet?
Heat. Actually produces heat.
Oh, okay.
From itself, not even from the body. Literally from itself, it reacts and makes a small amount of heat by itself. It's incredible.
So how come when I throw a sheep in a swimming pool, it doesn't shrink?
You mean it doesn't just burst into flames?
You're a person of flames. My favorite Boy Scout question was, friction causes heat. So how come the stream running down over the rocks isn't boiling?
Well, do you know, if it moved fast enough, eventually it would.
Yeah, under extreme pressure.
It all boils down to that.
So we do physics.
You're fired.
I mean, we're cooking, right? I thought we were cooking. That's why I wanted to heat up the discussion.
Don't mind me. I'm just stirring the pot.
Oh yeah. Oh,
anyway,
Bob, so
you do know Bob is out of the country right now, right?
Oh, okay. Then I'll go.
Oh no, he's gonna watch the reruns and fire you like 900 times.
Actually, you can use, just thinking there as well, you can actually use clay like a type of soap as well, not just for cooking hedgehogs. You can actually rub clay on your skin, and that's been used in primitive sort of circles before.
We used to do it with sand. I mean, your hands get dirty, greasy, grimy.
Yeah,
just
abrasive.
Yeah, sand, it'll scrape it right off.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so if we're thinking about the soap, right? Let's just say, so if you had access to sand, maybe something. Maybe you didn't have to use soap, or maybe less of it, if that makes any sense.
Well, I mean, all sand is going to do is act like an abrasive sort of Brillo pad for removing dirt. It's not going to really remove bacteria, which is where the smell comes from. You're going to need to use some sort of antibacterial thing for that, which is where things like pine or spruce, the needles.
No, I'm aware of that.
I mean, if you take the needles from like Scots pine, for example, that actually, and boil it up and wash it, that actually acts like a natural antibacterial rinse almost.
Yeah, like I've used snow before for cleaning purposes, right? And I'm familiar with that. It acts just like sand.
Even salt water.
However,
salt water is good. That kills bacteria. Salt water. That's why it's also good for like wounds and things like that as well.
Not so great if you want to drink it though.
No, you don't want to drink it, but it's got some other uses.
Yeah.
I'm actually still looking up containers here on online for.
And
Carla says moss is good for cleaning. It had antiseptic properties. Yeah.
Yeah, sphagnum moss has got iodine in it, which is good for cleaning things. It's good for purifying water, cleaning pots. It's been used as a sanitary towels before in the past. It's been used as baby nappies. All sorts of fantastic uses, sphagnum moss, actually.
Weren't we talking about moss and sanitary napkins last week or something there, Mike?
Yeah, ladies sanitary things.
Your girl's not going to run outside and grab a heap of moss.
Yeah, on day one, that was it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. You did mention that. That's funny.
At least somebody was listening, Mark.
There's a South Park episode that has got that's related to this, but I don't think I can repeat it. I don't know. Is that a racist episode? It might be, because it's to do with Mexicans and Native Americans and stuff, but it's all to do with making homemade sanitary towels and things like that. Native American style. Look it up. That's all I'll say. I don't want to get myself in trouble. It's a funny episode.
He wouldn't bat an eyelid if it was about the French. Just tell you.
Well, no, you can't abuse them. You'll
have a bloody good try, but you can't do it. You know the name Chappelle is French, right?
Chappelle, what, the Chappelle Show?
I knew Mark was going to say that. As an American, I knew he was going to say that.
Well, whatever. He could be. You never know.
I don't know.
I don't trust him either, so there is that.
I mean, you've got a lot of Frenchmen up in Canada. They still think they own half of it, don't they?
Well, Quebec is its own thing.
They speak French and stuff.
Yeah. Sort of.
Oui.
They speak Canadian French.
Is Canadian French not proper French? Is it like
is
like
anything is Alan, is anything proper French?
Pardon my French.
Time to bash the French. It's the French bashing show.
Yeah. Oh, I had a look on my my YouTube analytics one time, and I did have a couple of viewers from France.
All right, we'll stop bashing the French.
Somebody's watching me.
Or probably Americans on vacation, or somebody on vacation in France and turned it on.
I like to think it's the French president just being really angry.
Trying to figure out what to do to make people happy. Sacre bleu.
No, monsieur. No.
I shouldn't abuse them too much. I'm actually planning on going to France next year to do some bushcrafty type stuff. So I don't want to. I'm going to need to sneak in.
For real?
I'll get stopped. I'll get stopped at the border.
You've been playing, Mr. Allen. You've been playing.
World survivalist. We have been expecting you.
Can you imagine the irony if I got deported from France, given that all the people coming from France to the UK?
And I get deported now, and you get a hotel spot and a free phone. It's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you don't approach the French border with on a wooden horse with a couple coconuts going clickety clack, and then they start yelling at you from the top of the wall, going, "I fought in your general direction." Yeah. Yes, I watched the island. I know every word on every episode and every movie from Monty Python. Everyone.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
And then they launch a piano at you. Yeah.
Don't they throw a cow as well, actually?
They throw a cow too. Throw a cow, piano.
Holy cow.
Did you just launch a cow?
Holy cow.
Great.
I like the bridge.
I like
ordinary bunny rabbit.
Yeah.
Some of they build that Trojan bunny rabbit, but don't go inside it.
Yeah.
What happens now? Well, now when they all go... that's brilliant.
They all go to sleep. Yeah.
Carlisle says, so do you think a snake hole fire pit or a Dakota fire pit would help suppress smell when cooking?
We had that question earlier.
I don't think so. Not the cooking smell. It suppresses the smoke, but not the odor.
It's about the flame light, right, as well? The fire light.
Flame lights. The only good news is if you're cooking down in a Dakota fire pit and you hear something off in the distance, you could literally just take all the dirt and throw it back on top of it.
Mm-hmm. It's gone instantly.
Your ground might smolder a little bit, and you might get some odors coming out from the food you left in the pot in there, but there is that.
It doesn't. I mean, Dakota fire holes don't really reduce smoke or smell that much, but because they're more efficient, you can use less fuel. Therefore, you're getting less smoke. Therefore,
you get a lot of less smoke because it's like a horizontal.
It's a smaller.
It's a chimney, right?
Fire. Well, you're feeding oxygen into the fire directly.
Like a rocket stove.
It's protected. Yeah. It's protected all the way around.
It's basically a horizontal rocket stove.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Only made with dirt.
Yeah, and you get the draw of the draft.
Yeah, the drag pulls the air in, the heat goes up, and the flames draw the air.
Yeah,
into
and it just
another hole
circulates. Yeah,
feet
it
away.
just keeps circulating. Yeah.
Yep. And that does burn firewood really fast and really hot, but so you can cook on it pretty quick and cover it up and run.
Yeah. Well,
Grand
because
Four says just eat salads.
Yeah, there you go. Or I think everybody at the end of the day, you know what? You all need to just buy a freeze dryer. Freeze dry all your food, and you only need to worry about boiling water. There's no smell, no odor later, and you just have to worry about your little foil packs, getting rid of them.
Yeah.
See, I'm done. Okay, I'm gonna go now. No, I'm kidding.
that was sponsored by
Sponsored by Harvest Rate. No, not really.
See the comment talking about just eating salads. In a true survival situation, in a true SHTF situation, you can't be vegetarian. Loads of people get annoyed at me about this. Yeah, and see, like an actual survival situation, not even the survival, like see living in the wilderness, even in the tropics, you can't be a vegetarian. It doesn't work. You need outside resources in order to be a vegetarian. It's incredibly difficult to live purely off vegetation in a wilderness environment.
You could prep to maintain a vegetarian lifestyle for as long as possible, right?
Well, you could live off of something. I mean, you could do that with anything. But if you're talking about literally harvesting resources from the environment that you're in, you can't be a vegetarian and be a survive. It's definitely not in the Northern Hemisphere.
Mm-hmm.
You could get slightly away with it in some circumstances, but you would need outside trade. So even these religions, like the Jains or whoever, I think are the ones that are vegan, they only manage to survive because they have people who donate things to them that allows them to have out of season food.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the seasonality becomes the problem. You would need to be have a very modern, sophisticated sort of system like we have in order to do it. It's easy to be a vegetarian nowadays because you could get strawberries every day of the year, no matter how the weather is, or a pineapple. I could walk to the supermarket right now and buy a pineapple.
Oh, there's rice and beans.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
You can get all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, to get your complete protein. Oh, I mean, amino acids, I should say, to be more precise. Yeah. But unfortunately, I'm not growing rice around here. The beans might occur, but the rice is kind of more difficult.
You don't have your own rice paddy? What kind of prepper are you?
He tried it, but he has the neighbors.
I tried it, but it was just turning brown.
No, every time he makes a rice patty, the neighbors come over and play hockey on it.
Whatever, there, Mark. That was slick, but still kind of cold.
You know what? You're in Canada, and they play hockey, and a rice patty turns to a skating rink. So I'm right.
There you go.
Oh, by the way, Shadow, I will be sliding at that top of the hour because I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. I admit I am getting hungry. I didn't eat.
No
lunch.
problem, sir.
You're gonna be hungry. It's only like what 2:30 in the afternoon there, or 3 or something.
No.
Is it?
It's like
Mark,
it's almost
is
6 Eastern now.
Mark,
wait, you're in Eastern time?
No, I'm a West, but I mean it's already 6 o'clock Eastern. It's not. It's late in the afternoon now. I haven't had lunch.
It's 5:53 my time.
Yeah, so it's almost that time. It's almost that time.
2:53 your time. You're on the West Coast, aren't you? Or are you
No,
in the
Mountain
middle
time.
somewhere?
Mountain.
Oh, you're Mountain time. Okay.
Yeah,
You're one of those.
Don't our clocks go forward tonight? Is it tonight they go forward, or is it tomorrow?
Ours did that 3 weeks ago and pissed everybody off.
Oh yeah.
No idea. My iPhone does it for me, so.
I think our clocks go forward tonight.
Bring on the apocalypse, no more daylight savings time.
Yay!
On the bright side.
Apocalypse, no more daylight savings.
On the bright side.
Chef, is the No Kings thing kicking off over there again? Or is this old news?
I drove through my town coming back from the store today, and the whole middle of my town was overloaded with, and yes, these were actually non-violent protesters. Just standing there with their signs up about, oil and all this stuff. And these were all Trump supporters at one time, or some of them not. I could tell by the signs what side of the aisle they were on. Not that I care.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, they were up there taking up the whole center square of my town because I figured I'll go home this way so I can stop at Lidl quicker, and that was a mistake. It was just traffic. I'm like, why is there traffic on a Saturday in the middle of the day? And I get near the center square. I'm like, oh, that's why. I just see signs everywhere, and they're waving American flags, but they're all. I mean, it's all anti-war protest stuff, but at least they're not firebombing things, which is fine.
Yet.
Nah, I don't think they'll come to that. I mean, unless some other group decides to join in unannounced, then of course, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Someone messed up the logo though. I'm watching this thing now, and it's a cross with a crown over the top. No Kings would depict you'd need a crown, then a cross over the top of the crown, not the other way around. Just saying.
Nobody ever said they were smart.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to totally go off track there. It just came up on the live feed, and it's like, is this not several months ago? What's going on?
No, it's actually, I guess I didn't even know because I don't pay attention to that BS.
Isn't that what happens with like left-wing politics? It kind of goes in a circle. They have like a season where they have to recycle the flags and stuff. So they get bored of one and they cycle all the way back around. You know. They're on the Iranian flag.
Free. Which country is it this week? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. let me read through my 12 flags and see which one I'm waving today type thing.
Yeah.
You know?
This is my banner for today.
I'm sure my wife will see on Facebook that the same guy who does it every time there's any kind of protest. Oh, Bear, would you stop? Anytime there's any kind of protest in town, there's a guy with a diesel pickup truck that has an oil injection into his exhaust, and he will literally rev the engine as he's driving by the crowd, a big 8-inch pipe, and hit the switch and load it with oil and just cover these people in smoke.
This sounds like my type of guy.
Oh, I love the guy. I have nothing against him at all. I think it's funny as hell. Every time I see the video, I'm like, yeah, I think I know this guy. But he lives in the next state over. He just comes into town.
That's
and then
awesome.
leaves really quick.
I have one more thing I want to mention, kind of ask openly, because I was just kind of thinking. Well, yeah, I know that. That's why I'm saying it real faster. I was kind of thinking, like, there's that thing that during the winter, for example, right? Like the microclimates and the tents, right? Would a tent actually hold back some smell? Like, let's just say, hypothetically speaking.
I'll hold it slightly because it's a barrier. Anything that's a barrier will slightly reduce the smell because it's acting like a filter. But
let's just say it's not just a tent.
It's going to smell. The smell will eventually.
Yeah.
That gets trapped in the nylon or whatever you're making your tent out of. If it's just a regular tent. Yeah, you're gonna pack that tent up in your bag and walk away. You're gonna be tracking that trail of odor with you.
No. I'm talking about like if you're sheltering in place in the winter, right? Like you hear this, just like Mike, right? You set up that tent in that video, right? For example, right?
Oh, in the house.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like inside.
Oh, I thought you
right?
just meant a tent.
No. I don't mean outside. Obviously, that'd be totally different, right? But because wind and stuff like that. But like you hear this stuff about winter, it's like, set up a tent inside. It's crazy.
I
you hear that?
If I was in the house because it was that cold and had a tent to make my microclimate, I really don't think I'm going to be using anything flammable in a very enclosed space inside another enclosed space, because if something happens and that nylon catches, you're done.
No, let's just say maybe like you're using a flameless heater, right? Like MRE, let's just say something else, right? Maybe not necessarily cooking, right? As they say, right? Don't cook if you don't have to, right? I mean, I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
You can cook inside the tent, but not be in the tent. You know what I mean? You don't need to be in the tent.
You just don't need ventilation and stuff. But I mean, I was just kind of thinking like that, like openly, right? Like you hear about this tent thing all the time, right?
Well, see the tent thing as well. I mean, you can set up a tent in your living room to try and shelter yourself from the cold a little bit. A tent's actually a fairly poor insulator, though.
Yeah.
See the second
the
second you turn the heating off inside the tent, they get
cold.
cold pretty quick because
Yeah.
there's not much insulation there.
There's no
So-
thermal mass in there either, except for
Yeah,
you.
I mean, if I was building a tent in my living room, for example, because I had like no electricity and it was cold, I would then put blankets and curtains and all sorts of crap over the top.
Oh
of
yeah,
that.
I would absolutely do
Yeah,
that.
and I would not be cooking in it. Period.
Yeah, or if I was cooking in it for some reason because I was
Yeah,
trying
you
to
wouldn't
hide the
be in it.
smell, I wouldn't be in it. I would put the pot in there, cook it, close the door, and then go in another room. You know, and then
Or at least watch it to make sure you don't need to get the fire extinguisher out.
Yeah, because this is the thing where everyone like has a go at me who hasn't got a clue on my videos when I'm using a camping cooker in my kitchen. It's like, you'll die. It's like, no, the where this is coming from is idiots in Glastonbury turning on little gas stove in a tent that's sealed to try and stay warm all night. Yes, you will die.
Yeah, turning that kerosene heater on in a little tiny room and shutting all the doors. You're going to die of hypoxia. Yeah.
But if you're just cooking in your kitchen for the length of time it takes to warm up a can of food,
you are
and
not
then you
creating enough CO to kill. Yeah, your house leaks so much air. I don't care unless you're a bunker.
Well, especially if
you
the
got a
room's
different
pretty big, right? Like big room, 5 minutes of cooking compared to small room, and you're heating up the space for 8 hours with the same thing. I mean, there's a difference, right?
Yeah. You still need some kind of ventilation depending on the type.
No. Ideally, you would want ventilation, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's a question for you. So if somebody who has a bunker underground, they only have 1 or 2 vent shafts, and they couldn't afford the $500,000 recirculating, oxygen generating, whatever thing, they're cooking down there. That needs to vent to the outside, which is going to lead people to this metal pipe coming out of the ground in the bushes where they're cooking, going, why is there bacon smell coming out of the ground? Now they're going to know there's a bunker under there somewhere. And
Is that Mark? Is that Mark?
Yeah, it's me.
Is that him cooking? I smell.
I have freeze-dried bacon for that, so I don't worry about that.
Oh, okay. Actually, anyways,
you can't freeze. Anyway, so that's just a thought that occurred to me. I'm like, great, I got an underground bunker. I'm hiding from everybody, keeping them out, but I got to vent out stuff somehow.
Do you guys watch the Atlas Shelter YouTube channel?
Oh, I've seen a bunch of those. Yeah.
I mean, they use a carbon filter to filter out.
That's what I meant by you couldn't afford the $50,000 scrubber.
Yeah. Well, the oxygen purifier he uses in these shelters are the Israeli, what are they called? The civilian market Israeli filter, basically. It's an NBC filter. And it filters the air, purifies the air, but it recycles it as well, and it pushes the air out. And there is some sort of carbon capture thing going on there for smells, and also heat. There's a system where the heat is dissipated in such a way that it doesn't have a plume. This is purely just from watching his videos. For anybody who doesn't know, Atlas Shelters are like a big American bunker company who have a YouTube channel. And he shows the install, all that kind of stuff. If I had the money, I would have
the big
one.
bucks. It's the big bucks.
Oh yeah, you're spending $1 million on these things.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, the cheapest
one
one they do
in his underneath his driveway in such a small neighborhood. They put it there, and he had the little pop up came up inside his garage.
He was starting a venture of doing the cheap prefabbed concrete molded ones. Did he get off the ground?
Yeah, they cost $20,000.
Yeah. So that's like the cheap entry level. It's pretty much a ground fridge that you can ride out a storm in.
It's basically a root cellar with a bunker.
Yes, storm cellar, root cellar. Yeah, like they have out in the Midwest from the hurricane or tornado alley. Yeah.
The thing is, the strange thing is though, like if you have $1 million to buy one of these bunkers, you could actually just spend $1 million on building a concrete bunker from scratch. You don't need to put a big metal thing in the ground. You could do it the other way.
That's if you have $1 million or more, you probably don't have the skills to do it yourself.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I think the beauty of that kind of system is they prefabricate it, and then they literally come with a truck and lower it into a hole in the ground and do it all for you.
Yeah, you could get it done on the weekend. The neighbors are away.
yeah, they are cool. I mean, I love watching those videos. I love watching them do the tours of them and stuff.
what I love about these bunkers though is they try to make them these luxurious living spaces, like with like the wood trim and stuff like that. And then when I'm looking around, I'm thinking, surely that could be better used as this kind of storage or that.
Yeah,
or...
what a waste of space. Yeah, it's like,
if you're going to be under there for 10 years, you need to have a recreation room with a pool table, and you need. Oh yeah. It goes on, and you can get them as big as you want. You can put an entire city underground if you had the money.
But I mean, how long do people? I mean, I think Hollywood has over-exaggerated how long we'd have to go underground for in a situation like a nuclear war. I mean, after 10 days, the order of magnitude that the fallout would have dissipated is phenomenal. You know, you won't be that long. You have to be under there.
Yeah, I mean, at best, then. You don't have to stay in there like and shelter in and shut the doors and lock them down. You know, after 10, 12, 15 days, okay, you can go outside. There may be nothing left in your area to do anything with, so that just becomes your home.
Yeah. Have you seen the film with is it Brendan Fraser?
Yeah, where he's underground for like 30 years as the baseball cards. Yeah.
It's not a plane crashes on his house.
It was an engine dropped off a plane and hit when he thought it was during the Cold War, wasn't it? And they had this whole thing underground. They even had like an outdoor garden patio area, but underground in the bunker.
Underground. Yep.
What's that other movie with the bunker where the big fat guy in it? I forget his name all the time, but like he rescues a woman and takes her into the bunker. And there's a guy as well, and he ends up dissolving them in a barrel of acid.
What kind of movie are you watching?
Oh, that's
kind of snuff films are these.
It's a brilliant movie. It's a brilliant movie. It's really I don't want to ruin it for anybody because it's got quite a cool twist to it as well. It's a famous actor, big fat dude. What's his name again? I'll look it up.
Like John Candy?
Yeah. It might actually be him. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to have to try to search for a big fat dude in a ground bunker dissolving his buddy in acid. See what pops up.
Have you seen tell you what I watched the other day, surprisingly out of the blue. And it's an older film. It's called Take Shelter. It's Michael Shannon. But it's about basically a guy, he gets all these signs and he ends up building this. It's kind of a bit like a almost biblical Noah kind of thing, but builds this shelter for his family. But it's more the psychological aspect of being down there and prepping. It's a really interesting film, actually, to be fair. It's on Prime if anybody wants to watch it.
My favorite movie character up as my avatar now from the movie Falling Down.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's the scene as well.
The breakfast
where
scene.
He looks at the burger and he looks at the picture.
It's John Goodman. And the movie's called 10 Cloverfield Lane. Amazing film.
Oh, why have I heard of that? Yeah.
I have to watch that one now.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yes, I've heard of it. I've not seen it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah. Don't read any reviews of it. Just watch it because it's quite cool. It's got a really good.
I'm just trying to see what it's on.
It's a prepper movie. Yeah, it's a guy in a bunker.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what it's shown on, like Netflix or you know what I mean.
Well, it's on YouTube for free, I think, unless it's a
2016 movie.
10-second intro.
Oh, it's bloody Apple TV.
Have you not got a Fire Stick with a guy?
How? What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? The fact that I do live 3 p.m.
I've heard
commentaries on my other channel all the time.
I've heard about a guy for $40 will just sort of hook you up.
No idea what you're talking about, Alan. No idea what you're talking about. But yeah, I can watch that. Yeah, I'll give that a try.
You'll like
Take Shelter's a good one though. I'd never heard of it, and it was random the other day, and it's from 2011.
What's that one called?
Take Shelter. It's Michael Shannon. If anybody watched the Boardwalk Empire series, he's Nelson. He's the prohibition agent. Good actor. Anyway, we've just gone completely off topic.
I went from food to bunkers to movies. We're good.
Yeah. I honestly don't think I know anything else about concealing scent. than what I've said. I think I've exhausted my knowledge on this one, to be honest.
Yeah, that's me too. I mean, it's like really, there's not much you can. There's only so many things you can do to keep a food odor from emanating and giving away your position if that's how deep it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless
you
you're
could
eating cold food.
You can talk about very specific scenarios, but other than that, you know, it's once you understand the principle of what scent is, which we've went over at a lot now. It's a molecule carried in the air, and it's usually fatty molecules.
No.
You know?
Hey, Bushcraft family.
I'll
good to
tell
see
you, underrated prep that is related to this is the stainless steel soap bars.
A what?
Yeah, it's a thing. Stainless steel soap bar, and it's basically it removes scents and stuff, and you can wash your hands with it.
It's a piece. It's just a block of stainless steel.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I guess that's the same theory of which. Okay, it's sort of work. Oh, it's my dog again. Is the same theory of when you get that you chop garlic in your hands. If you rub your fingers on a piece of stainless steel, it takes the odor away. Which, yeah, it sort of does.
Yeah,
but
I've used them, and it does work quite well, to be fair.
How does it lather? Does it lather okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you rub it hard enough, yeah, but it's red lather, and usually that's your blood.
How does it work, though? But how does it work? I'm skeptical of this. How
do. Like those laundry balls and stuff, which don't work. But
yeah, they don't do anything.
I can't even type today.
Scientific principle, here you go. While sometimes considered kitchen magic, it is believed that the stainless steel acts as a catalyst, binding with the sulfur compounds on your skin to remove rather than mask smells.
Note that one word there. It is believed.
I've used it. It works. Trust me. And I've had my fingers in some smelly things.
If you were wearing a white lab coat holding it, I'd believe you more. But you're not wearing a white lab coat. You're wearing a yellow sweat with yellow hoodie.
I'm representing the Wu-Tang. No, it's like a fiver. It's like a fiver. Just imagine if you run out of soap. It's nice to be able to still, you know.
A never-ending £5 bar of soap.
Yeah, I got stainless pots and pans. I guess I'll rub that all over my body.
Do you know, I had the mental image of that, but it wasn't you. It was the sofa survivalist character doing it. Brian, if you're watching, make it happen.
Yeah, you don't even need water in your bath. You just need a ladle, just a stainless steel ladle.
Yeah, there you go.
Under the arm.
You're all taking the mick, but when I turn up scent free during the apocalypse and you're all stinking, you'll know why. Come on, somebody in the chat must have done this when you got like garlic or fishy smells on your hands. Metal soap bar. Anyone?
I've never even heard of it.
I love garlic.
2A for USA said it works for a minute. I don't know what channel he's on. He's on somebody's channel.
It works for a minute unless you keep it under your arm 24/7.
Yeah.
27/7, even longer.
27/7.
You got YouTube. There you go. Barry Lewis put a video out, 56 seconds. I tried metal soap and it worked. There you go.
For 56 seconds?
This starts his video with, I get quite smelly fingers for a variety of reasons.
I guess it gets rid of that fishy smell. I don't know.
I discovered it when I was 18.
I'm a chef, so I get all kinds of smells on my fingers when I cook. So yeah, bacon mostly.
Yeah,
Purple Hill said yes. Metal soap bar for garlic.
Metal soap.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
sort of
familiar with that one.
Yep, that's what we're talking about. Stainless steel, metal soap.
Yeah.
Ah.
I guess it depends on the type of stainless. There's a multitude of stainless steels out there.
There you go.
It's probably the nickel content or something that does it.
Yeah, probably.
It's kind of like that survival hack I keep seeing all over the place, where you see the upside down plant pot and the tea lights underneath it, and people claim
doesn't work.
It heats the whole house.
No, does it?
Never need a radiator again.
Do you know what? It's a lot of shite. If you move the pot away, the candles give you more heat than the pot over the top of it.
Of course they do. I mean, I could never understand why people even believed it, but you know, it's the internet, so it's almost like the smoke bombs out of crayons. How many people tried that? I'm doing exactly what the guy on YouTube told me to do, and nothing's happening. I wonder why.
Must be you. Must be you. Clearly works.
Yeah. Or you mixed it wrong.
That's it. It's like that infinite water fountain, you know. There's just a certain way of doing it. Yeah, storage heater. The candles wouldn't get. Just reading some of the comments here. Candles wouldn't get hot enough. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. It's a little bit like heat deflectors. That's another thing the survival books kind of lie to you about. You know, wooden heat deflectors behind fires. It's not deflecting any heat. It's absorbing some heat, and it might retain a little bit of it, but it's not reflecting heat back to you, because
for that you need a reflective area, reflective cloth or something to reflect the heat back.
Something shiny, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just use wood like they show you in the survival books, and then they have arrows pointing as if the heat's bouncing back at you, it doesn't actually work. Not like that anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of old survival things like that are a bit misleading. Sugar rockets. Sugar rockets. That's a real thing.
Never heard of. Never heard of them before.
I can imagine that being real. You know, if you mix it with something.
Isn't that just cork and was it Mentos?
Mentos, yeah. You just drop them in and then
you drop them in Coca-Cola.
Or you put dry ice in a bottle and then
the materials: PVC pipe, wooden dowel, lots of sugar, clay. The most replayed is the like a steel pebble. There you go. They're in Lidl now. He's tempted. Look at him now. He's tempted.
That's why I was just reading that one now.
Well, you can use Clorox sugar. That will be a nice bang.
Yeah. Well, do you know if you use there's a bit of a party trick in survival for setting fires, potassium pentagonate and glycol or antifreeze, you mix them together and you get a fire. A lot of people know that trick. Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't realize that if you get potassium pentagonate and sugar and then you rub it together,
the friction. You can do it in a pestle and mortar. Rogue Roger Combat, who comes to the prepper meets and does demos, he's done that, showed that.
Oh, has he? Yeah. I mean, that's a little thing that a lot of people don't know. And sugar actually, when it burns quite hot. I mean, you ever had melted sugar on your finger, you bloody know all about it.
Oh, you know it. Yes. We used to have Boy Scout camp after a big campfire. We're telling stories with 30, 40 guys around. Somebody always had one of those cans of back in the 80s and 70s, the Lipton iced tea, the powdered iced tea, and the powdered lemonade and that. You take a handful of that and throw it at a big bonfire. Oh, that's a fire show right there.
Yeah, I tried making edible stained glass one time, which is done with sugar and food coloring, and it didn't quite work. But I made the mistake of touching it with my finger, and it was instantly big round blister appeared. You know what I mean? It was
sticking your finger in lava and expecting to peel out a pebble.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the guy that grabbed the chicken nugget in McDonald's. That was horror.
What, out of the deep fryer?
Yeah, so the vats are at 190 degrees.
Yeah,
and all
Celsius,
the freezers are in the back room, but
350 Fahrenheit.
one freezer for the nuggets is like up on the wall next to it, and he opened it. A bag was open. One dropped in the vat without thinking. He grabbed it, plunged his hand into the thing, and grabbed it out. Yeah, his hand just was a blister. It was an ambulance job. Definitely, that was fun. But it was just a reaction thing, Oh, I've dropped it. Yeah.
That is what we call good reaction ability.
I'm going to stop looking at this how to make sugar rockets video because I'm definitely going to be on a list now.
Yeah,
you go buy sugar just to burn it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. With the price of sugar now, I don't think that should be on your list.
Yeah. Oh, I've got plenty of sugar. I'm sorted for sugar. That's all my lad up. I'm good.
Sugar can definitely be used as a propellant. I've actually heard that somewhere. I'm sure, because that's on the list of banned substances by Israel into
sugar.
Yeah, sugar.
So you can't have sugar in Israel.
No, Israel you can, but in Palestine you can't. That's they ban it from going in there. It's one it's one of the goods. Yeah. I'm sure that's why. I might be talking bollocks, but I'm sure I've heard that.
Nice.
We used to make stained glass cookies. You said there's molten sugar. We would just take the little hard candies, the colored candies.
Oh yeah, just melt them.
Smash them up in a bag, and then you make a sugar dough or a cookie, just a basic flour cookie dough, and make like windows and put the different colors in there and put it in the oven on low for like an hour or whatever it was, and it would just melt in, let it cool. Yeah, don't touch it. Let it cool, and you got these little stained glass cookie looking things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the exact same thing I was trying to make, because those boiled sweets are basically just sugar.
That's what I did it with, the boiled sweets. Yeah, I think it was like Jolly Ranchers or something.
Yeah,
the hard ones.
Yeah, any kind of hard candy with color in it. I don't think you're going to be cooking that in a survival situation, though.
Well, you don't know how bored you're going to get.
Well, I mean, unless your Jolly Rancher falls out of your mouth and lands on the barbecue grill. Yeah, I don't think you want to touch it if it starts to turn to molten. Then you're going to have an infection. Then you're going to die.
It could be a defense technique. You could have molten Jolly Ranchers in a vat above your door to tip, like the hot oil in medieval times.
Oil, yeah. Just keep a pot of it next to your stove so it's constantly staying molten. So if somebody comes too close, like a bear, you throw it at him. So cover him with molten candy, and he'll be licking his wounds literally until he's dead.
Till it solidifies because it's really cold outside. The bear's just like
probably.
That. The kids are outside licking the bear.
Look, a candied bear.
Gummy bear.
Yeah, gummy bear.
I have heard that boiled sweets is actually quite a good food to have, like survival-wise.
They're in the 24-hour rat packs.
Yeah, they're in 24-hour rat packs because it gives you something to, if you put it in your mouth and like suck on it, it keeps your mouth moist. And there's a little bit of an energy sort of morale boost to it as well.
Sugar out of it,
yeah. But I think from a hydration point of view, it just keeps your mouth kind of
salivating.
You salivating, yeah.
Yeah, I used to love how they're like, oh yeah, put a button under your tongue or a penny or something, and it keeps you hydrated. It's like, no, all the hydration is in your body. It just happens to be going to your mouth. It's just somewhere else now. You're still going to dehydrate if you don't make moisture out of a button under your tongue.
I'll add a little caveat. I'll add a little caveat to that though, Alan. If your rat packs are anywhere that might get slightly warm, you'll burn more calories trying to get the little bastards out of the packet than you will by eating them because
they're stuck to the plastic.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I could freeze dry candy. Oh wait, no, I won't.
That's everywhere. That is the only. It baffles me. This country freeze dried pet food I can get. Freeze dried candy I can get. Freeze dried protein, not a chance. We don't do human food.
No, because ironically, and I've said this, freeze dried candy is not freeze dried. There is no water content. There's such little water content in those hard candies or gummy worms. It's ridiculous. You literally expanding the sugar under vacuum and a little bit of heat. That's all you're doing. It's not freeze dried by definition. It's such a BS term. And I tell everybody, they're like, oh, you can do Skittles. Like, I did not spend this much money on a freeze dryer to make candy out of candy. No. Not happening. I tried it once. I'll never do it again. I did. I forget what I put in there, but they expanded so bad it took me 4 hours to clean my freeze dryer heater trays.
Yeah, pass. No, hard pass. I'm still trying to convince Brian. So, if the world continues to go to pots and he has to cancel his holidays, we might convince him to buy a freeze dryer.
Yeah, you'll get one sooner or later, and then you'll be messaging me direct, going, "Okay, teach me." What do I need?
There you go. Olono Karazus says a kettle full of sugar water is one of the most lethal weapons in prison.
I was just reading that. I actually heard. I'm sure I heard the news story of a woman who did that to her husband, like threw a pot of boiling water full of sugar on his face because it makes hot that sticks to your face and causes more damage or something.
Hey, nice. Easy guys, my wife's sitting right here. Don't give her any ideas.
Yeah. Pot of boiling sugar.
I'm safe. Mine doesn't know how the kettle works.
Nice. It's like we used to, when you melt wax, you stick your finger in it multiple times. You get that wax finger looking cup thing. Yeah. Don't do that with hot sugar.
Take your fingerprint off. You got your fingerprint there.
Yeah. Don't do that with sugar.
I don't know. I think I might have a chance because it still baffles my missus when I take things out of the oven with just my hands because I think my fingertips are asbestos these days. Just like grab something quick.
If you're quick and you got a pot of cold water there, you can do the hot, cold. You're fine.
Yeah. I do that with the air fryer. It's like 1, 2, 3. Hang on, I'm gonna have to wave it. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8.
I used to do that. I just I had a big pot of cold water there. I'd stick my hands there, get my hands really cold, and you're good for a few seconds to grab things. Not out of a deep fryer, but
yeah, not straight out the 191 degrees C.
Frozen solid, in which case it doesn't matter anyway.
World Survivalist, I found your Instagram and I'm enjoying your content. I've been off YouTube for 3-year break and I've loved catching up on all the videos. There you go. You got a fan there, Alan.
Carlisle 195. Must be from Pennsylvania.
I was actually just replying to that message because if that's the same Carlisle that I remember from YouTube, that's a very good YouTube channel, and you actually had quite a big audience, quite a lot of subs. So if it's the same guy, I hope you come back to YouTube because your content was really good. And Instagram, I've got an Instagram account.
81,800 subs.
Yeah, wow. He said it is.
Yeah. That's man. Come back to YouTube because your content was great. I used to follow all the time.
Come back just to plug our channels, then bugger off again. It's fine.
Yeah, he used to do quite a lot of camping trips.
I'd see the face now. I recognize it. I must have seen his videos at some point. I recognize the face. Yeah. What made you stop, Carlisle, if you don't mind me asking?
Probably all the abuse and all the other stuff you get.
Oh yeah, we get death threats on the regular. It's fine.
Can you imagine how many death threats you get when you've got 80,000 people following you?
I get the nut rights now at 12,000. It's like
exactly.
I haven't gotten that far yet. I don't worry about
it. Somebody with 52 subs telling me how I should run my channel. Like, all right, because it works so well for you, perhaps.
Well, you run your channel as you wish to run it.
Oh yeah, I lost 20 odd subs for one video, and the video thumbnail said it's my effing channel, and it was basically just saying I'm no longer pandering to you. If I want to do a political video, I bloody will. So that was pretty much, yeah. I lost a lot of subs then, but they came back. Others came. That's I can't believe that. 670 videos. 81,000 subs.
Yeah, great channel. Great channel. Sometimes you need a bit of a break from YouTube, though. I came off YouTube for ages, but I only had a couple of thousand at that point.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, copy paste it, put it up on the throw it up on the chat.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm only on StreamYard. I can't do it from here, but I can do it if I open up a YouTube. I can.
There you go. No, I love the haters. They feed me. Ha ha ha. I started a family and I have a 4-year-old, a 4-year-old daughter.
I'm sure
that's no excuse, Carlisle. I've got 6 kids, mate, and I'm still doing. I've 6 kids and produced over 1,100 videos in 2 years. So there you go.
I'm sure I actually commented on one of his last videos, sort of the generic "Are you still alive?" type thing, mate. Where are you? I did that with another YouTuber that I followed, and then I found that he actually had died. I felt really bad about it afterwards, so I don't do that anymore. Because he just disappeared, just vanished. I was like, what the hell?
I followed a guy that did camping videos, and his last video was him sat on this log outside saying, "If you're watching this, I'm dead," because he had like a like cancer diagnosis, and he had this video already saved, ready to go live if something happened. It was surreal. Surreal. Carlisle, there you go. Kaylin says Carlisle 195 is one of my favorite UK channels, obviously after me. Thanks, Kaylin. Really missed him.
I just subbed over. I'll check it out later on.
Nice one. There you go. Look, you missed Carlisle. Get yourself back on.
Yeah, do your next video saying I'm back.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like I've got about 10 small videos that are scheduled on my YouTube channel throughout the year, but nobody actually controls my channel other than me. Like nobody in my family cares. So if I suddenly died tomorrow, I would just disappear from the lives, but you would randomly see these shorts and stuff coming out for the next year, and you'd be thinking, that ignorant twat. He hasn't joined a single bloody live chat for over a year, but he's putting out these crappy little videos and stuff. Yeah, I'm dead. If that happens, I'm dead.
That's right. You have to make one short as your final short that you don't post, but it's always ready to ready to go. But you have to go on there once a month to make sure you move it forward by a month. Yeah. So and just put it on there and say, if you're watching this video, you might as well unsubscribe because ain't nobody getting credit for it now.
Felt like my last video would have been Alan and Brian turning the cameras on because that slip down the steps didn't go as smoothly. It would just be beep. Oh shit. Yeah, he's gone.
He's gone.
Carlisle talking about that. I remember that village build. If he used to make these massive puddings. I'm pretty sure it was his child. He was going to the woods. He's like, I'm just going to eat this giant trifle. It was like a gigantic pudding that he had, you know. But, nice. Yeah. If you get back to it, I'll be on your videos commenting.
Carlisle, he's down the road. We could do a collab.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, collabs is awesome, actually.
Yeah, it is when you're watching Brian struggle up a hill.
Yeah, we should do. We should put together another one at some point.
Yeah, I need to. I'm up Easter weekend, but I figured you'd be busy because it's Easter weekend.
Probably. I'll take a look and we'll see. Well, there'll be something.
I'm heading up the Thursday. I'm heading up the Thursday through to the Monday evening. But the only thing we've got on is some stupid scan gender reveal thing on Saturday.
Still do gender reveal.
Yeah, not for myself.
Yeah. It's not, you're not bursting a balloon or anything. It's just like an actual. You go for a scan and
we're going so because our parents weren't involved in the last ones, they've paid for. You go to like a place in Glasgow, you get this whole scan thing done. They don't tell you. They give you 2 of the stupid rocket things and stuff, and then you go back and have a drink and do all that lot. So yeah, doing that.
Right.
What happens if the color that pops out is purple?
I don't give a shit, mate. It's my 6th. I don't care if it popped out and it was a frog. At this stage, it's just another mouth to feed.
Can I interest you in a pair of micro scissors?
I think that's why somebody subtly sent me a scalpel and a skin stapler. It's like, do this to yourself, Mike. You need.
There you go. Just do it like they do with bulls in the on the farms. Just put a rubber band around it.
Boy and girl twins. No, because we've had the first scan already, Dora, and we know there's only one in there.
Oh, not like mine, where our first scan is like, is that 2 heads?
No.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I went cool. My wife went, no.
Was your question on one body?
Yeah, no. No. But it explains why they found a heartbeat. Didn't matter where they put the little beat scanner thingy on her. They would just touch her somewhere and, oh, we got a heartbeat. I'm like, well, now that explains that. Didn't matter if it was left side, right side, middle, top, bottom. Didn't matter. They always found a heartbeat right away.
Oh, that was the dread, because there's twins that run in both of our families. So, but dodge that bullet. It's fine.
This time.
The only thing is now is, right, so she's due pretty much when the Scottish Prepper meet is. So we've timed that really well. So I don't know how that's going to go. And if it all hits the fan in the next couple of months with this war and we end up plunged into darkness, Mike's next prep is learning how to deliver a baby. I'm pretty sure if I just put her on a high up chair and it catches me, I'll be all right.
I've delivered ferrets before, so you know I can speak with some experience, and that would totally work.
I'm sure it's the same. I'm sure it's exactly the same.
My wife's a nurse. Just StreamYard it. She'll talk you through it.
There's no
already
power.
had 5,
I need the last of my solar to StreamYard a live birth.
If she's already had 5 naturally, it'll be fairly easy.
No, she's not. So I have 2 with each woman. So it's 2 with one X, 2 with an XX, 2 with this one. So there you go. That's what spread the love.
You got to stop collecting.
I started collecting football cards. I'm hoping that puts me off everything else. So, no, we're done after this. Yeah. And it's sunroof, not the garage. It's coming out the sunroof. You know.
Ooh, wait! I got the perfect title for that video. Bugging out with a pregnant wife.
Yeah,
giving birth while bugging out. There you go.
Yeah. There might be after some sacrifice might have to be made.
Army of little clones.
You always see it though, don't you? In like these war zones and stuff, and you see these pregnant women, you're thinking, why? Why would you take that risk? Assuming it's a choice, but
if it's not a choice, you're pregnant
about to give birth
and they blow your town up. You're kind of stuck having a baby in a pile of rubble. Yeah,
Carlisle's right. He must know me. Mike just looks at it. So, yeah, there's a standing joke with my friends, because we used to have like a couple of my mates have hot tubs in the gardens. They're like, oh yeah, we're having a party and we're going to get the hot tub on. I wasn't allowed in because apparently if I got in the hot tub, every woman that followed would get out pregnant. So there you go.
I don't think I'd want to get in that hot tub either.
Oh, I can feel it all moving. We've not turned the bubbles on yet, Mark. Oh. How far off topic can we go?
Sorry. A lot.
What
we
was
can
the
go
topic
way
again?
out of topic.
At this point, we got 20 minutes left. We're so far off topic, it doesn't even matter anymore. We pretty much covered it all.
Oh, dear.
Just buy a freeze dryer. You're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, can I freeze dry my samples and
sure
for later?
I don't know if it'll work or not, but you can. I mean, what you do with it afterwards, I don't know. I think you actually have to freeze them, but not in your chest freezer.
Yeah.
You could avoid trying to cook things altogether by learning how to make jerky and naturally drying out things like fish. You know, if you're catching fish.
Who's this guy trying to stay on topic?
I don't know. What the hell is that?
all you need is a sun and a rock. That's it.
And maybe a little salt if you're good.
If
I
you've
must
got
admit,
it.
one of the off-grid homesteaders that I follow, like as inspiration because it's what I want to do. They've made like a little wooden shed that they smoke the fish in, just hanging all the fish up, sort of thing. And
Oh, yeah.
close
yeah.
close underneath and smoke the fish to keep it longer.
A dry
A
smoke.
little smokehouse.
Yeah. I'd love to do that.
It looks like an outhouse with racks in it.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I think that's a really good one.
You build
It's a
your
really good
fire
one.
if you want a cold smoke. You build your fire like 8 feet away, run some kind of a tube or tunnel over to the bottom of it, so you light your fire not far away, but not directly under your food, and then you let the smoke cruise up, and it smokes everything. The smoke itself, the creosote, will cure your fish or your meat. If you want it a different way, then you do the smoke in the building and keep your temperature at a certain level. Cold smoking, because you can cold smoke cheese.
All right.
So if you have your fire pit, smoke pit, 15 feet away or whatever, 2-3 meters away, and don't get it really hot, and you have the tube going slightly uphill so you get that draft, and then by the time the smoke gets there, it's cold, and it fills up that little outhouse room you got with your cheeses sitting on it, because obviously you don't want hot smoke. It'll just melt the cheese. And you buy smoked cheese in the shops, and they have that grill rack line on it, because they literally load them on little barbecue, like refrigerator racks, put them in a box, and they just load it with cold smoke. And that gives you your smoked cheese. You get that the bark, so to speak. You get that color change for the first, millimeter or two. And it's really good.
Yeah. Nice. Cheese is something that I want to explore. And that's a sentence that could be taken in many ways.
Yes.
But it's one of those things that like I really enjoy. So how would I deal with it in a grid down or after the fact kind of thing? I know you can make it and stuff like that, but it's something
you can wax it. You can smoke it. Even if you smoke it, you still got to cover it with something, and you got to keep it airtight and keep the bacteria off of it. The smoke in it will help keep bacteria off the outside.
You can wax coat them. You can wax coat them though, right?
You can, but obviously you don't want it. You got to still keep it fairly cool.
Yeah.
You can't like throw it in your backpack and go running through the Sahara Desert and expect your cheese to last more than a day.
Yeah. So it's quite cool most of the time here in the UK. We're all right.
We're not really famous for our cheese here, though, are we? I mean, cheddar's about it.
Lancashire crumbly cheese. You've not lived until you have some Lancashire crumbly. Oh, beautiful. I'm a Stilton fan. I love all my cheeses.
It's like I say, I will give it to those cheese-eating surrender monkeys. They do make good cheese. Cheese and wine and bread. I'll give them that.
Cheese, wine, bread, and white flags. We are the best.
So when the world ends, I need wine for my children. My children need wine.
And we're really on the French bashing scene today.
England's in dire straits. France has just sent Bordeaux and baguettes in a crate. That's it. Oh dear. Wax the cheese after smoking it. There are vids on waxing cheese.
Oh yeah. But it's a special wax. You don't just melt candles and use that. It might work, but I don't suggest it. I think there's beeswax and stuff mixed. There's something about the it's wax for cheese it's whatever. It's wax meant for cheese.
Yeah.
I bought some way back when I tried it once, but I did it with like a block I bought in the store. And me thinking I already knew it all, I just put it in one of my cabinets and forgot about it. And a year later, there was just like this nasty oil because I didn't seal it all the way. And there was just all kinds of cheddar cheese oil stuff on everything. I'm like, ew, not doing that again. I did it wrong.
Well, those baby bells are in wax, aren't they? They're wax.
Yep.
But I suppose a lot of the wax that you get, like from a candle, is made of petroleum. You don't want to put that on your cheese.
You'd have to look that one up. What's the difference between wax on cheese and candle wax?
Cheese wax.
Like
Somebody's saying it's actually called cheese wax.
Yeah,
that would make sense. I was like, I would have thought it would be like certain cheeses as well. I don't know. Can you do it with all cheese? Can you just dip all cheese in wax? And
Well,
make
once
it
once
last
you
longer?
expose cheese to the air for any period of time, it will start to collect bacteria, and some of them will cause mold that you don't want. And that's why, I mean, when you open up a cheese block, I've had cheese in my fridge that I bought, and they're sealed up at the factory, and I'll eat them, and then I'll forget about one or two, and then 6 months later, I'll find it in the bottom of the crisper drawer. I'm like, oh, what's this? And I open. I'm like, oh, I'm not even open because the plastic is all bubbly. But there's another one that's still like tight, and I open it up. I'm like, great, it's aged cheese in my fridge.
Cheese
And-
wax is a specialized food-grade paraffin-based coating designed to protect cheese while allowing it to age, whereas normal wax, such as candle or regular paraffin wax, is too brittle, lacks food-grade safety, and will crack, breaking the seal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a softer wax. It's like beeswax mixed in with it, so it makes it a little. It makes it. That's why I like the baby bells. Even if you pull them out of the fridge and pull that little rip strip, the wax is still pliable. It's not crispy like a candle.
Yeah.
Do you know you can actually get cheese that's got maggots in it, and it's in a cave. I remember seeing that. That might be a French thing as well. Actually, they have this cheese that they keep in a cave, and it actually has maggots in it, and apparently it's a delicacy.
Yummy.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can look it up
for Stilton, but you've gone one step further there.
Oh yeah, this stuff is really gross, but apparently it's delicious, and it's a delicacy. So
an extra protein with the maggots, right?
Yeah, here you go. You got your cheese, your protein, and your fat all in one.
There you go.
I'm going to need to look it up now, just so I know I didn't imagine that.
You type in maggot cheese into Google, you're going to get some interesting images.
Put the word French in front of it first. See what happens. You get pictures of just cheese laying on the sidewalk with bugs on it.
Yep, there it is. It's called Kasu Matsu cheese.
It's got to be Japanese or something.
Is this like the Kopi Luwak coffee stuff? Is this a delicacy that you just never want? It's one of those things.
It says it's a Sardinian sheep's milk cheese that contains live fly maggots.
Oh, I mean, sounds appealing.
Got to get some.
It's Italian.
I bet you it's great on a cracker with that fermented fish.
Yeah, so I've had the Kopi Luwak coffee because one of my old bosses brought it in and we all tried it before he told us what it is.
I like how it's on Wikipedia. It gives you some details about it. It says country of origin, Italy, texture soft, aging time 3 months, food certification none.
None.
Like, no shit.
Sounds appealing.
Yeah, I need to try the Italian maggot cheese.
It could go with your cat shit coffee that I've had. It's fine.
Oh, I've had that. Lapua or whatever it's called.
Kopi Luwak.
Kopi Luwak, yeah. It's not actually a cat though, It's a type of.
No, it's like a raccoon.
Yeah,
like a raccoon.
It's like...
Oh, do I have to change my
some
picture
coffee,
again?
shit it out. We'll harvest it. Excellent. I drank it before I knew what it was. So yeah. Alan's frozen.
He is.
He's very happy about it as well.
Apparently. Somebody screenshot that.
I can hear his audio.
Oh, can you still hear me though? I'm not.
Yeah,
sure.
we can hear you.
Yeah, but you're doing
I
like
can
the
hear
worst, the best or worst ventriloquist ever.
You just look like the happiest prepper in the world right now.
I think it might be because my GoPro's been on for about 7 hours, so it's probably overheated to death.
Now we're all going to stare at Alan's smiling face for the next 5 minutes.
What we do is come on, you stupid thing.
What?
There you go, Alan. This is all we're seeing. Oh, did it say that? All right, okay. There you go. Shadow.
Yep.
Just so Alan can see what we were seeing.
That's
good.
good.
That's a good pose.
Yeah,
It
is.
it is.
You need to freeze frame that one and screenshot it and save it as a avatar or something.
Yeah.
Use it on your final Alan video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're seeing this picture, I'm dead.
Yeah. I ate some maggot cheese and now I'm gone.
Maggot cheese and some French wine.
I think it's because I washed it down with cat shit coffee.
Okay. Wow.
If CR was still here, at least we'd have lost his appetite now.
Absolutely. He'll listen later and be like, "Ooh, yeah, I'm glad I got off." Hey, you're back.
Hey.
Yeah.
I think I literally am cooking my camera. I think that's what it is. It's been on for hours.
Well, it's a GoPro. Put it in the fish tank. Let it stay cool.
Water cooled. There you go.
We can see you make it look like you're underwater.
You're just talking away and a goldfish goes past the full screen. What the?
How do I cook goldfish?
That's meme worthy, says John Knox. There you go. Competition for the Discord. Best text. I'm going to put it on the Discord and say best caption wins.
Best caption wins.
I'll put it on the Discord as best caption wins, and then I'll reveal them in Shadow's next stream.
That's it. You just got to get people dressing me.
That
like
will be
henchman.
awesome.
Is it going to be a gender reveal too? Sorry, Alan, had to go there. Nothing against you. It just fit. It fit.
Yeah. Did you just assume my gender? You don't know what
I don't assume shit, dude. I'm a raccoon. Leave me alone.
I was about to say I identify as a teapot, so you know.
Did you assume my gender, Mark's like, did you assume my species?
Yeah. I'm really a skunk incognito.
Oh. I feel like Shadow's doing his tax returns. He's concentrating on something.
He's falling asleep there.
Well, no, not really. My brother. He sent me texts.
Fun and games. Family, always good. Rockstar's got the first caption in, who is in the live chat. Is the caption is "finally became a prepper!" The exclamation mark.
Did you post the blank picture on it?
I've posted the screenshot onto Discord and said best caption wins. So
I'll do mine then. I already have one in mind, but that's all right.
There we go.
Which what topics you put it under? Funny images?
No, I just literally put up the public chat. Yeah. Turbo said he's got that pregnant glow. Maybe he's been in the hot tub with Mike. We did share a tent on the island. I'll say no more.
That's all it takes. Just proximity.
Kaylin says she's an illegal alien from Iraqis.
Arrakis.
Is that Arrakis? Isn't that next to Dune?
June 3's coming out, I think, isn't it, son?
What, another one?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll be on for like 5 hours and basically tell you nothing, like the last one.
We're all on our phones now trying to upload a...
I was just looking at the discourse there. Yeah. Just don't make me French.
A challenge accepted. So, food, smells. Any idea?
Smell.
I'm trying to imagine what that maggot cheese smells like.
Oh yeah, I heard about that cheese. Oh my.
It looks okay, kind of, in the pictures.
Yeah. Until the cheese begin to crawl. I wouldn't eat that cheese. Trust
if you
me.
don't eat it after so long, does half the flavor fly away?
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Imagine them trying to sell that in Lidl.
Barb says, looks like the cheese with the maggots didn't quite agree with his stomach. I'm going to stop reading them. We're going to have to save them for next week.
I'll throw mine up here in a second.
Speaking of great movies, completely off topic, anybody gets a chance, there's a new film called Mercy.
Mercy?
Netflix or Prime, I think it was Netflix, but it's called Mercy. Great film. Edge of your seat. Superb. Futuristic AI courts.
Oh, wonderful.
It's good. Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Nice, Kev. Oh, this is great, Alan. Thank you for giving us this little nugget at the end.
I don't have Netflix, so.
Alan knows a guy.
Do you mean you don't know a guy? I know a guy.
Oh, look at that. Mark's gone the extra mile. He's even put the caption on the photo.
That's because I have a meme generator on my phone.
Nice.
I didn't know you had a meme generator on your phone.
Oh, it's a website. I just have it on my favorites. I go there, upload a photo, and add whatever I want. I have so many on my phone. It's sad.
Ah, okay.
With screenshots, all of us. He just keeps them to himself.
My sister sends me a picture. She's like, I need something she'll give me a topic. 10 seconds later, she's got it back. I have the sense of humor of a 13-year-old.
Has anyone seen the new film Hail Mary? No, can't say I have.
No, I can't say I have. I've never heard of that.
Nope.
Oh, there's
what is that movie about?
It's Gosling, isn't it? I think I've seen it advertised because I looked at the picture of it, and it looked like it almost looked like what's the other one he did? Not Inception. Oh, where he travels into like the in-between kind of world. A science teacher wakes up alone on a spaceship. As his memory returns, he uncovers a mission to stop a mysterious substance killing Earth's sun.
Oh, that literally, I just saw something for that pop up. Where he's like, I'm not an astronaut, or some crap like that. And yeah, he's a scientist or something.
Yeah. I'll add it to the list. Dark comedy. There you go.
Okay, dark comedies.
Yeah.
They can be quite fun to watch.
Yeah. No, the movie Cell was a good one.
The movie what?
The cell phone gives off a signal and everybody turns into like zombies. Then they go to sleep and then they run over them with some kind of tractor at the football stadium with spraying acid or something on. Oh yeah, it's hokey.
Yep.
I've still not seen the second part of that 28 years later, with the alternate Jimmy Saviles or whatever.
I was about to watch it last night, and then the missus turned around and said, I've never seen any of these. So we watched 28 Days Later.
That's a good one.
Night.
That's a great film.
And she enjoyed that. So it's that Cillian Murphy in it. It's like one of his very early things. He's so young in that. But we just watched that, so we're going to go through it before we get to the new one.
28 years later was okay, but it wasn't.
I think Brian gave it too much of a bashing just because of the Savile ninjas and the zombie with a I don't know how to dub it down. A penis the size of my forearm, running after somebody. That's that's.
That was kind of distracting.
Honestly, it was like 90s Linford Christie shorts.
The old Jimmy Savile's at the end, that didn't really make any sense. I don't know what that was all about, but
I think it's just. I think I don't know who thought that would be a good idea, making them look like that, but I think it's just to represent that kind of. I want to almost say like Escape from LA, Escape from New York kind of vibe of like different factions of people, right?
I suppose if you were in a situation where the clothes that you had on were just whatever you came across, and then you just happened to come across like an old, JB Sport or something, and that's all that was available.
I mean, let's be fair. When was it? So 28 days later was 2002. So I mean, they just stopped making clothes after that. It's not like you could have the latest Nike shell suits, right? You've got the old Reebok ones.
Or you live in Essex or something, and that's the only houses you can loot from. That's just all they have.
I feel you went Essex. I feel it's more Scousers. Do you remember the old 88888, the Harry Enfield Scousers? That kind of thing.
I remember in Glasgow they went through a phase of putting football socks over the top of their tracky bottoms for some reason.
Yeah, that wasn't Glasgow. That was nationwide.
Was that nationwide? Was it?
That was nationwide. Yeah.
I remember going to Glasgow and thinking, "What the hell are you doing?" But
And then somebody invented poppers, which is brilliant. Because you could come up behind your mate, grab his trousers, and go like this, and it was like a scene from Full Monty, and the whole pants just came off.
Yep. The good old school days.
I think I'm glad I wasn't in the UK for that.
Yeah, well, I wonder what you were doing in the US around about that time.
Because they were providing me with street cred. That's what they were doing. Because my parents went to the America 9 times a year, and Rockport as a brand was nothing over there. It was like in the bargain bins. And over here, Rockport boots in school were like 60, 70, 80 quid, and they were the ones to have. For my parents to go to America.
Rockport became a thing. What year was this? Like, was this in like the 90s?
90s, yeah. 95.
Rockport really wasn't a thing. I mean, Timberland and all that stuff was out there. And then Rockport finally, now they have stores out here, Rockport stores. Everybody goes to a Rockport store now, or not anymore. It's online, but yeah, it was nothing.
At the time, she was getting them in
something over there. That happens.
Yeah.
In fact, it would have been like baggy skating clothes in the 90s in the US at that time, wasn't it? So they had like skateboarding type stuff, and we had dodgy looking tracksuits.
Yeah, it was like.
Oh no! 80s. So I went to that. I had all the FUBU. The baggy FUBUs. I was walking around like I was like, Tupac, like, but as white as a ghost,
Yeah. 80s into the 90s was like parachute pants and
the good old days.
All the post-disco era stuff.
But
it could have been disco, but we didn't have disco anymore. So
do you not think that was better though? Because like we could say what the 70s, 60s looked like, what the 70s looked like, what the 80s looked like, what the 90s looked like. Now you'll see somebody walk down the street look like they're from the 70s. Somebody walk down the street look like they're from the 90s. Somebody walk down the street look like they're from Back to the Future too. And everyone just wears anything you friggin' want now.
Yeah, what's old is new again. I mean, people are going to the secondhand stores to buy the oldest clothing that's in good shape they can find. They're wearing that because why? It's clothing, but it makes a statement, and it's just everybody's trying to make a statement still, and they always will. It is what it is. I've literally grew up in jeans and a t-shirt. Guess what I'm wearing right now? Jeans and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
60 years later, jeans and a t-shirt.
That's pretty much my
jeans.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeans and a hoodie only because I'm too tight to put the heating on, so I'm not in a t-shirt.
I'm sitting on my deck. It's 45 degrees, which is, I don't know what that is Celsius, but it's chilly. I got my hoodie on and a long sleeve t-shirt. Well, it's not a t-shirt, then it's a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah.
Alan's roasting in there wearing a regular t-shirt.
Shell suits, purple L's. I had shell suits. I've got a picture of me and my brother in matching shell suits, but one was the blue tint, one was a green tint. Mine only lasted a day because I stood too close to my grandma's council gas fire. Do you remember the gas fires with the 4 little things?
You
And
melted
it literally bubbled and melted to my calf.
Ooh.
I had a scar there for ages of this shell suit.
Do you remember the NAF jackets?
Yes.
I melted one of them on a similar fireplace.
Nice. we had such combustible clothing back in the day.
I don't want to talk about how much nylon clothing I used to wear that would melt when I got near something.
Yeah.
Mom would be angry because she spent, $8 on that pair of whatever. And 2 days later, it's in the trash. And she pulls it. What's wrong with this? I'm like, can you fix it? And she looks at it. She's like, you melted it. You can't fix ripstop nylon with a sewing machine. You can. You look like you fixed it. Put a blue nylon patch on there for me, Mom. It's red. Don't worry about it.
Oh, was it NAFCO where the logo was like the weird guy with the big hair smoking a reefer? What was that one? It was something like that. I can't remember.
It had to be an English movie. Doesn't ring a bell.
No, not a movie. It's like a brand.
Oh.
I don't know. This Google's just going to have a fit. Spliffy. Was it called Spliffy? No, that wasn't it. No. Was it? I like how there is people in this live just it is Eclipse. That was it. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Was that a brand?
Yeah. It was jeans and they had t-shirts and stuff as well. I don't know if that's going to work because it's a weird file type.
All right. Well, it's 7:05 p.m. here. I'm sure it's later by you guys. I got dinner to cook.
Hang on. You need to see Spliffy first.
Spliffy.
You just wouldn't get away with putting kids in clothing with this brand on anymore, Shadow.
Yep.
Make them big. Oh, geez. Yeah, I remember seeing stuff, but we didn't really have much of that in the States. That was all England looking stuff. That was a British fad.
We do love a fad over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like Labour in government. Yeah.
Yeah.
Communism fad we're going through at the moment.
Suicidal Marxism. It's just we'll
fads.
We'll get out of that phase at some point.
Yeah, we'll die out of that. That phase will die out. Yeah, literally. Hey, Shadow, thank you for having me on. It was an awesome topic.
You're very welcome.
All right, I'm gonna bail here, guys. You guys all have a good night. And see you
have
soon.
a good night.
Yeah, good.
See you later, Chef.
Catch you later.
I think it's time to wrap things up anyway, guys. So thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, Alan and Mike.
Thanks for having us.
It's always a pleasure.
I know.
Yeah. And you guys in the chat, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you in the next one with a new topic, which I don't know yet what it will be, but we'll see then. It might be a surprise or not, but we'll find out next week. And besides, it's Easter next weekend, so.
Excellent.
So, by the way, come with some suggestions when it comes to Easter for a good topic for an Easter stream.
Rabbits and their nutrition.
Chocolate eggs.
Yeah.
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 I tell you, Shadow.
Yeah.
Celebrations after SHTF. So how do you do Christmas, birthdays, Easter, stuff like that after it's all hit the fan? There you go.
Good point. I take a note of that when we finish this. Well, and remember, guys, be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe and don't do anything stupid. God bless. And we are out.